also get the purple spot lining that's used for, and you use the pieces from here to go into the, to use as templates to cut the lining, and then you get full instructions, nice big set of instructions. I've gone through it in a lot of detail, and the full video tutorial as well. Everything that you need is in that kit. And then it's also in Morris Makes as well, which is here. So this is the other colourway. Beautiful. So it features the strawberry thief on the front and the back. The matching handles are printed in the willow bough print. It's got handles. It's even got this little handle strap, because sometimes when you're holding it, you want the handles to be clipped together. So I put a little strap to clip them together, and you can sew that to the handles as well. That means they stay together. But then when you want to separate them, you just do this. It's got the double slider zip, nice green spot lining, obviously matching purse, and you get a gold zip.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualise live.
Hello and a very good morning to you. Welcome along to Sewing Street. My name's Debbie Shaw and I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours. I'm going to be joined by Susie and Joe later on as well. I'll give you those details in just a sec. But as it's early in the morning, we've got an early bird, of course we have. And this is a fabulous offer, because we've got disposable double-sided foam. A huge, look at that, a huge piece. You've got a ½ metre there, which is 150 centimetres wide as well. So lots of bag making you're going to be making with this. Now, with the double-sided foam, it's scratchy on both sides. So that's your glue. That's what's going to hold it to your project. It's about 1/4 inch in thickness. You don't need any special needles or feet for your sewing machine or anything like that. And it's very, very soft and squidgy to use, but it's firm enough that if you wanted to make storage boxes and things like that, firmer bags, big tote bags, then this is going to be ideal. Because it's double-sided, that also means that you can do your quilt as you go. If you're making placemats, if you're making table runners, you can put your fabric on both sides, stick it to both sides, and put some binding around it, and your job is done. Now, because it's an early bird, we do a reduction for you. We're taking the price down for you. So it's not £13.99, which would be the normal price. It's going down to £11.99. Now, that's just for today, or while we've got the stock. So all the way through till midnight tonight, or while we've got the stock, and that's it. So it's a great way to open your baskets. It's a great way to fill up on your interfacing stash. You've got one P&P to pay all day if you want to wear as well. So pop this into your basket, go through to checkout, and then if you want to come back later on and order anything else from any of the other shows or off the website, then all of your orders are going to be amalgamated at midnight. So it is a good word, that one. At midnight tonight, and you'll only pay one postage for the whole lot. So if you wanted to add a packet of pins or a Liberty bundle or a piece of furniture, or a sewing machine, anything, you've only paid 1p and p. Oh, morning, Fran. Nice and bright, Jack. We're very pink today in the studio. You will see later on. It's Pink Friday today. Oh gosh, so many of you. I've got this in your baskets now. Oh, Sue's messaged in as well. She says, morning, Debbie and team. Lovely to see you presenting again. It's been 5 years. 5 years since I've been presenting here. So it's quite. I got quite excited. My head and everything. Just really excited to come back. So yeah, only the one day there. At the moment. So come and give us a message. You can message on the website, or if you're on Facebook, as Fran is, and Wendy, lovely to hear from you too, Wendy, then send us a message, come and say hello, what are you up to? You can email us if you like as well. It's studio@sewingstreet.com. So if you want to just come and say hello, what are you up to? If you have any questions, if you have any questions for Susie coming up later on as well, any sewing related questions, if you've got any gossip, quite happy to have a bit of gossip. Wendy in Bristol, hello, morning to you. Nice to hear from you as well. Thank you very much. Anyway, shall we have a look what's coming up on today's show? So, in this hour, we are launching Liberty London Bouquet. So Susie's going to be joining me in just 1 second. And then at 9 o'clock, we have a jam-packed show full of June Taylor products. And Susie's sticking around for that one too. And then at 10 o'clock, she's back again. She's back again at 10 o'clock with the Liberty London Bouquet project. She's got an amazing quilt. And then we've got Storage for Crafts with Jo at 11 o'clock and at 12 o'clock as well. So are you coming over, missus? Are you coming over? Come on then.
Last cut. There you go.
Busy working. Hi, Jan. Morning, everyone. Love to see you presenting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning. You're right.
I am. I'm very good. Very excited. This is very good.
Do
This
this
is
a
weird,
lot, don't
isn't it? Yeah. But we have to behave here, though. We can't behave like we normally do.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Apparently it's not good. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to come back.
Yeah, so we will behave this time.
Probably won't. Liberty. This is brand new, isn't it?
It is brand new, and a lot of the designs are new as well.
Because Liberty do kind of rekindle old designs.
Yes, so with an archive of over, goodness knows how many thousands of designs, they've got plenty to choose from. But for this collection, London Bouquet, they've actually created new things as well. They have dipped back in the past for some of it, but there's new stuff like this one, the urban
geometric one. So these are a collection of 15. So you've got the whole lot. If you wanted to, can I just move those there?
That way.
You can go for them individually, have a look on the website, but if you go for the complete bundle, you actually have 7.5 metres. You've got half a metre of the complete collection there. And you're making a saving, £8.99. So it's like getting half a metre for free, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I love the colours on these.
Yeah.
It's apart from the Liberty map fabric, it doesn't scream Liberty to me.
No, you've got your
Liberty.
iconic florals in here as well, but because you've got spots, you've got the geometric checks, it makes it a much more modern, up-to-date pattern. You've got blenders in here as well, the Thames Twinkle. That gives a sort of a really extra blender element to it, but it could be a standalone fabric as well. I think it would look lovely as a blouse or a skirt.
Should we go through them all individually?
Yeah, I think we should.
I want to start off with the maps because I know that's
I
one
love
of your
that.
favourites.
It is one of my favourites. So this is just like a retro map of London, isn't it? It's just such fun. And this was originally a scarf released by Liberty in 1951 that they have for the Battle of Britain celebrations. And what they've done is stylised it slightly for the quilting cottons. But you've got so many landmarks on here, the iconic street names that we're all familiar with, like Regent Street, Tower Bridge, Marlborough Street, Cromwell Road, Grosvenor Square, Park Street. It's just like doing a gentle stroll through the history of London.
Do you know what I like about it as well? It doesn't scream map.
No, no.
You know, you do have roads on there with
Yeah.
lines down the centre, but it doesn't look like an A to Z of London.
No, and I think because the roads meander rather than gridded,
Yeah.
that helps. It is also multi-directional.
Yep.
Because the icons, like little teapot, how cute is that? Little out of scale with Tower Bridge, I think, but does it matter? But it means that if you are a fussy cutter, or you want to pinpoint certain areas, if you live in London or you've got relatives in London and they happen to love a particular part, then you can fussy cut round it. Of course, we've got the iconic Liberty store in there. Couldn't not, could we? But I just love this. I think it's really fun, vibrant, just as it is as a tote bag would be just amazing.
Yeah, I was just thinking though, if you're making a tote bag or if you're making a shirt or something,
Yeah.
be prepared for people getting really close to you
Yes.
because they're going to want to read your shirt.
Invade your space, yeah. They do invade your space, yeah. And as we know, I do love a fussy cut for button covering. And on here, you could do so many fun buttons, couldn't you? I mean, a little pigeon.
I love the idea of a tote bag though.
Yeah.
And if you are sightseeing or
Yeah.
you're gifting to somebody.
Everyone's going to say, which shop did you get that from? Yeah.
But if, you know, it is Liberty, and it's obvious that it's Liberty because you've got the Liberty store on there. Imagine how much you'd pay if you went into Liberty and bought a tote bag.
Yeah, yeah.
What money?
Yeah, well, I know how much the scarf would have been. So, yeah, we're not going there.
We've got two colours in the map.
We have, yeah. This is, for me, this is like hustle and bustle of the day in the red and blues. And then this is it at night when it's all calm and cool. It's really lovely. Same pictures, same icons on it, but obviously they do two different colourways.
What's the big L?
For London.
Oh.
Charming city.
Or Liberty.
Or Liberty, yeah, or Liberty.
Lords.
Yeah, Lords, could be any of those, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, me being me, I looked at this first and thought, well, why is Trafalgar Square next to Kew Gardens? And we go, that's not right. That doesn't happen. So don't use this as your A to Z of London, because you will get totally lost. But the whole concept of the collection was to really celebrate London and the parks and the urban spaces within London. Yeah. And I think this sums that up, because you've got a mix of the landscape, the map systems, as well as the iconic flora and fauna throughout the parks.
It kind of picks up on, certainly with that fabric, doesn't it? I'm looking at the little flowers there.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything goes together really well.
If you were given half a metre of each one of a collection of 15, what would you make with them?
Me? Well, either one huge patchwork coat, because you know I love a coat. Love a coat. And that really would stand you out, wouldn't it? Or a series of bags, because as we know, I have to colour coordinate, so I'd have to have one in every colour. Yeah, so that would be me. But this one I would definitely be using as iconic parts rather than chopping it up to lose the detail.
It's that bit, isn't it?
I know, it's so pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you've got trailing, the fact that it's multi-directional,
yeah,
which most of these prints are. There's only one that isn't, I believe. There's the one. The
so they kind
Regency
of go...
whichever one you pick up,
yeah, they just work together, don't they?
Yeah.
So there seems to be almost like a bluey, tealy collection and the reddy rusty colour, but then there's some fabrics that pull in both
exactly,
colours.
because you've got the sage green, you've got the duck eggs coming through, so you can mix and match your palette and your fabrics throughout. So it really is down to what you want the design to overall look like, how you want the item to work. I mean, this as bridesmaids' dresses for the summer would be absolutely stunning. And you can use Lazenby cotton, which is originally designed by Liberty for quilting and crafting, but it still works for dressmaking. So don't think it is just for quilting. I've got numerous dresses, surprisingly, and scarves and skirts and blouses made from the Lazenby cotton rather than from Tana lawn. And it works just as well. You won't get the same soft drape, so don't think you're going to get a nice floaty number. That's not going to happen. They will hold their shape, so they're perfect for shirts and blouses.
And actually just a bit of accent fabric on a shirt, maybe underneath the collar or the placket or the inside of the cuffs.
Exactly,
would look nice.
yeah. Or, as we said, you know, fussy cut buttons on a plain white shirt, and you've got a completely different look. But you're always going to get stopped and stared at. Yeah, yeah, for the right reasons. Yeah.
But this is that's such an iconic print, isn't it?
It is. So this one again was one of the ones that they drew from the archive. This was from the 1950s collection, but they've restylized for this London Bouquet collection.
I wonder what the because Liberty have been going since 1875 or something.
They have, yeah.
I wonder what the first fabrics were like.
So they started in the textile bit first, and then moved into the fashion and quilting cotton came a lot later. But they were all hand printed with blocks originally, so that's why it was a bit less detailed than we get now. But and it's just fascinating. And I would love to go to
the actual store I was reading was just a haberdashery shop.
Yes.
And they used to sell artifacts from all over the world, because in those days people liked to think that they'd been to Africa or they'd been to China and had all of these wonderful
ornaments. And that's because Arthur Liberty liked to travel. The Far East fascinated him. So that's why when you go into Liberty, you know, that big wooden facade and the big staircase. You've got all the nod to the Far East. So you've got the monkeys, the lemurs, and all the twists and turns and all the almost like African-esque things, but mainly the Far East is the nod to it. So you go through this Tudor facade into the Far East, and that's where it all came from. And one of the part of the wood is from one of the ships that used to do the runs back and forth. Yes, yeah. Oh, it's just a fascinating store. I can spend hours talking about Liberty, but we won't. But
I'm assuming the ship wasn't in use. They didn't just go.
No,
I love
that bit. Yeah, they didn't do a bit of a Titanic, and then, but the ethos that they have always had is to bring the world to everyone. So it's not just an elite thing. Yeah. And that's why they developed the different types of cotton use for specific reasons, but brought the designs across the board. So if you were buying a scarf in one department, you could still buy the fabric in another department to add to that, or you could buy a cushion ready-made. Why would you buy a ready-made cushion when you can make your own? Don't get it. But yeah, that's where it all blends together. But you can see across the store when you go in, these designs coming through. But I love the fact that the quilting cottons have their own ranges as different from the Tana lawns. Yeah. So you can get different elements coming through. But the same, I mean, flowers are flowers, but the way they're put together is different. I mean, just the detail, the shading on the roses is just phenomenal.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
It really is. And this, you'd think this was like tumbling through, but this is a nod to all the parks round London, heritage parks, and you've got tulips, geraniums, roses, and they're just literally falling on this ditzy polka dot background, which gives it movement as well as depth and texture. So it's not just a flat piece of fabric.
No, I did say that some of these are, well, all of them were available on their own. We're selling out of them on their own. So check out on the website if you wanted one particular fabric. The bundle's been really busy as well. What are you going to do with it? Do you see this big bundle and think, well, I'm saving £8.99. It's Liberty. It's brand new. It's, you know, it's exciting. It's beautiful. I just want to hang on to it just in case I need some nice fabric. Yeah. Or have you got a plan? Are you going to be, I don't know, making dresses, doing some patchwork, making a quilt? Is it homewares and cushion covers? And what are you going to do? Come and let us know. Sandra says, morning. Hello. Oh, hello, Julie. And Nan says, love to see you finally presenting, about time. Just dragging my heels. Thank you, Jan. Who else have we got there? Yvonne, morning Sewing Street, she says. I've only just switched on. How wonderful to see you. My head's going to be so big by the end of this 5 hours, but thank you very much. It's nice to be back.
Good.
The fabric is great. A patchwork coat. Would love to see that. You've got to make a patchwork coat.
I have now got to make a patchwork. Well, I've got a couple of days free in the next 10 years. I might get round to it.
How long have you been sewing then?
Me? Well, as a career, not a huge amount of time, but I have always sewn something throughout my life, you know, made teddy bear outfits and bits and mended bits. At university, I made a lot of clothing, a lot. My first challenge, I'm going to call it, was a boned ball dress. Because in those days, university balls were proper balls. So yeah, that was my first challenge I set myself. And then I made various outfits. But as far as quilting goes, I mean, we did patchwork, small-scale patchwork, but not quilts. Quilts is a recent thing. Yeah, but I don't possess many of my own. I give them all away.
So how, because you worked in a vet's?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was originally an animal physiologist and biochemist. Yeah.
So how do you get from being an animal, from working in a vet?
Yeah. To this.
Because I can't say that. To sewing on Sewing
To sewing on Sewing Street, mainly through having a family and having the privilege of being able to bring them up and then doing things on the side, craft workshops on the side just to earn extra pennies. And then that became a full-blown career, but mainly in paper craft and jewellery and mixed media. And then people started to say, well, could you do this as well? So that's when it all exploded, really, into sewing.
So it wasn't a plan?
No, well, definitely wasn't. No, I was going to be the next James Herriot. All went wrong.
Funny how things turn out.
It does, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, happily.
And now you're here on Sewing Street
I
having
am.
a love affair with liberty.
Yeah, well, with everything that they give me, actually, because it's all just so lovely. But this, I think, is a real fun addition to this collection. So bear in mind, it's all about celebrating London and the vibrancy of the city, but also the peacefulness of the parks. But to get to the parks, what have we got to do? We've either got to hop in a cab, wouldn't bother doing that, or you get on the London Underground, or you meander through the streets. So Urban Check is really a nod to all of the transportation systems around London.
Oh, okay.
So some of these stripy elements you see in the iconic signs within the London transport. Obviously they're not quite the same, but they do have a striped element to them. And then you've got the grid system that looks like the road as well. So that's where this fits in. It's not just a quirky piece of design that the design studio thought, oh, let's just put in a check piece. There is a purpose and story with it. So it's the sort of hustle and bustle that leads you to the calm of the parks and the outdoor spaces within London, is the theory behind it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's very different. If
is.
that was a standalone fabric, I wouldn't think, oh, that's Liberty.
No, but what a fabulous scarf that would make.
Oh, wouldn't it?
It would, because you could wear it with pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Especially white shirt denim and a denim jeans. That would look amazing. Yeah.
Morning, Deborah. Morning, Anne. Morning, Christine. Thank you very much. It's lovely to hear from you all. I'm glad you're there.
Well, it would be a bit of a lonely chat, wouldn't it, if we didn't have an audience?
Do you know, that's what I love about social media, basically,
Yeah.
and modern technology and the interaction, because without all of that, sewing's quite a lonely place, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Yeah,
so it's nice to be able to chat to you and you talk back.
Do you talk to your sewing machine, or is it just me?
Only when I get frustrated with it, and then it's more of a, come on, kind of thing.
Oh, no, I talk nicely to mine.
It works. I don't raise my voice very often. It gets shaky when I get cross with it.
I was sewing so fast the other day, my sewing machine was walking off the table, and it was only when I looked at it I realised it was half hanging off. It's like, OK, perhaps I'll turn the speed down a bit.
Have you got a name for your machine?
No, I don't name my machines, but I don't name my cars either. I'm probably the only person in my family that doesn't name everything. The rest of my family name all their cars.
I've never named a car.
No.
What do you call your sewing machine?
Yeah.
Come and let us know. Right, let's move on again. So this is that print, isn't
this is this print here, but this is in the blues, the lilacs, and the mustard. That's a really lovely vintage mustard. I don't know how true to life it's going to come through on your cameras and TVs at home, but this is not a bright yellow. It is I would call it a vintage
a
gold.
Coleman's.
Yeah. Well, not really a Coleman's, because Coleman's is quite in your face, or the new pot is. I would have said this is like sunset yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're right.
It's muted down. Everything in this collection is quite a muted version of a colour, very vintage. But the detail in each of the floral elements is phenomenal.
Well, they're all outlined, aren't they?
Yeah, so they're hand-drawn outlines. You've got the little stamens drawn in as well, the petal detail. So again, it's got texture and depth to it.
And the print quality, I mean, a quality fabric isn't just about the way that it feels and
No.
you know, the way that it's been manufactured. It's the quality of the print as well.
Absolutely, yes.
And to be able to get all of that tiny, tiny detail.
Yeah, and it's screen printed, so you can see the colour comes onto the reverse as well. But it means that when you're washing and wearing this, it's going to keep those colours all the time. You know, it's not going to fade with time.
Doing digital like most companies seem to be doing.
Because you get a much better result with screen printing, yeah. The fibres absorb the dye to a greater extent, so you'll get that depth of colour coming through the fibres. So even on the reverse, I know you wouldn't use the reverse, but you can still, can you see how much of the print you can still see on the reverse? So screen printing, whilst it's an expensive process, gives you a much greater depth of colour, which reduces your fading, everything. Well, here we go.
Samantha's messaged in. She's called her Janome Obi-Wan Janome.
I love that. That is fantastic. That is brilliant, Sam.
Ben, who's producing, says that is the best message ever and you've won. I don't know what you're winning.
No, we'll find a prize.
You've won.
That is brilliant. That is so good. Yeah. I'd have to have Obi-1, Obi-2, Obi-3 Janome though, wouldn't I?
Elizabeth's messaged in as well, and she says my sewing machine is called Beauty, as she is a beautiful Benina.
Oh, very good. Very good. So
mine's just a sewing machine. It's my dookie.
Yeah.
That's just my dookie.
Yeah.
No. It's like my car's just my car.
My car, yeah. No, my car actually, Buzzard, I have called mine because it reminds me what the number plate is. Because now, every time you park anywhere, you have to remember your number plate, don't you? So the number of times I get a message from Simon saying, what's the number plate of your car? Because I'm in a car park and I need to pay. Crazy. Crazy.
Anyway, so
right.
this is this one.
So, so this we've got in the... I would say this is a teal green, would you?
Yeah, teal, definitely.
Teal green with the lilac instead of the sort of purpley blue with sky blue. Same design, so you've got tulips, roses, marguerites. Beautiful detail again with the line drawing detail for the stamens and the centres. And it's multi-directional.
Yeah,
so
okay.
For dresses, I mean, a tea dress.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Would be absolutely stunning.
And again, fussy cuttable as well.
Yes, yes.
Jan says, I didn't need to name my machine. Husqvarna did it for me. She's called Lily.
Oh,
they must have a machine called
Lily, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Oh.
Yeah.
Morning, Norma. Another lovely collection from Liberty. She says, my Janome is Jenny. My Elna is Alice. And my purple mannequin is Judy, as in the song Judy in Disguise. That's Norma in Crewe. So we've got names
you'd have to name a mannequin, wouldn't you?
I don't name my man. It's the
I haven't
mannequin.
got a mannequin, but you'd have to name a mannequin. I gave mine away, actually.
Actually, I did have not so much a sewing type of mannequin, like a shop window
Oh, the
mannequin.
yes, yeah.
And I called her Jean.
Jean?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gone off to eBay now.
Has she?
Yeah. She got in the way. Another message from Liz in Derbyshire. Hi, Liz. She says, my sewing machine is now called Old Manners. He's 42 years old and occasionally needs a bit of cajoling.
Brilliant.
Cajoling then is a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
Bit of encouragement.
Perhaps when he
It's not
hits
rude.
50, it'll have to be the grumpy old man. Or is that what you call it when it runs out of bobbin? Oh,
I hate that.
what, running out of bobbin?
Running out of bobbin.
I got the last piece sewn the other day, and when I looked, I had literally got 1 centimetre of bobbin thread left. So close, so close. I was so happy. I did this little bobbin chicken dance. You've not done the bobbin chicken dance?
I've not done the bobbin chicken dance. I think we should see the bobbin
No,
chicken.
I don't think we should. Not this time in the morning. People are having breakfast.
We've got loads of fabric to get through still.
Yeah.
The bundle, again, has been really, really busy. You're getting ½ a metre of each of the whole 15 in the collection. And you've got a saving of £8.99 as well. But we're getting low on stocks now. You have to know what you're going to make with it. Right, so that... Is there another one like that?
Yes, you should have it in a colourway.
Is it that?
3 we've got of this. Shall I move these ones out the way so we can see them? Let's bring those over here. I'll fold those up. And then you've got one more as well. So you've got 3 colourways of your Regency Meadow. Now, this is the only one that I think has a direction to it.
Yes, I'd say the
Yeah,
little
because
bells
otherwise your
dangle
blue
down.
bells will be hanging upside down. And I don't back yours in your garden, but mine all hang downwards. So
Yeah.
I would say this definitely has a direction. The other thing I've noticed with this, and I don't know if the camera can pick this up. Yes, I think we probably can. But if you look on the bias, you have stripes.
Oh, yes.
So if you're cutting bias binding, I mean, you look at the screen now and you've got almost a hexagon because you've got a stripe that way and you've got a stripe on the other.
Oh, that sends your eyes funny after a while. I can see
It does, yeah.
shapes as well.
Yeah, I know, it's really cool, isn't it?
That's lovely.
Very clever design, but this one is a nod from the 1930s. So you've got stylized bluebells, daisies, anemones, very loose drawn artwork that they've redone for this collection. But again, you've got the bright summer sun details, you've got the moonlight hitting the flowers, and then you've got sort of beginning of the morning, end of the day colour tones. For me, you know, when you go into a park.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to emulate the busy flower borders when you go into any of the Regency parks. It's really pretty.
Do Liberty have their own designers, or do they kind of outsource? Do they have guest designers?
They have a whole team who work in the design studio.
Is that in
within
Regent Street?
Yeah, well, they have offices just behind the big store, and they all work together on the collections. They are a very talented group of artists, and it's hand-drawn. It's not we don't sit there with laptops and, you know, pens. They are all hand-drawn to start with, and then it's all brought together as a collection. But they do look at the archive, which has been carefully put together over a number of years. A couple of years ago, I think it was a couple of years ago, the archivist who's been there for ages retired, and she's, I dread to think how many thousand prints she'd put on microfiche for them, because all these are like little scraps and pieces in books. So they don't want those moved around and handled all the time. So they've been putting it on microfiche. But yeah, it's just...
So those would have been the actual pieces of fabric, not photographs, and obviously nothing on a computer.
Because, you know, in the 1800s, there weren't even anything like that at all, was there? And it's only recently that we've had that.
Yeah.
Incredible, isn't it? It's just amazing. But what I love is that the collections we're seeing today are nods to those.
Yeah.
We're not moving on from them. We are developing those as a start point, and going back to those, because
Well, it gives it a fresh and a modern feel, doesn't it?
Absolutely,
I mean, the
yeah.
vintage fabrics are beautiful, and if they were to use the original designs and create a range of fabrics, it'd be fabulous. But these are just modern and up to date, even
Yeah.
though some of them are based on the original
yes,
fabrics.
yeah, exactly.
It's very clever.
It is extremely clever, but it keeps the whole sort of craft up to date, modern, but with that historic nostalgia, which I love.
Yeah.
And I think most people who use Liberty, that's what they're really looking for, aren't they?
Yes.
I think so.
And
Yeah.
of course the quality. So you've got the quality
Yeah.
of the fabric, the quality of the print, the
So
uniqueness of the fabrics.
Yeah.
And that's the lot, by the way. You've
Yeah,
seen them
so
all
you've
now.
got Palace Petals is in the 3 colourways as well. So the urban check
Yeah.
is only in 2 colourways, and the map is the only one in 2 colourways.
Right here.
So everything else you've got in the 3 different colourways.
So that's a
But they
bundle
all-
of 15, and that gives you 7.5 metres of fabric altogether, and you're saving £8.99. So it's like you're getting one of those free. So many of you have these in your baskets, and all by the half metre. Oh, the majority of them that we had available by the half metre have now sold out. Maybe a couple left, but most of those have actually now sold out
So
on
my
their own.
patchwork coat might actually just be a patchwork gilet at this rate.
Yes. So this is what we have for you. You can see sold out, sold out, sold out. So we've got obviously the half metre bundles, the big mega bundle left, but we also have some smaller bundles. So if that's a bit out of you're very neat, a bit out of your league, and you just want to dip your toe in the water and go for a smaller bundle, we do have some of those available for you in 3 different colour options. So we've got the charming red, which is this one. So 5 pieces there, 5 half-metre pieces there altogether. So you've got the map. Can't remember what.
Charming City.
That's Charming City.
Charming City.
Oh,
is
Charming
this
City.
one. Regent's Meadow. Heritage Parks. Twinkling Thames. And Royal Palace. Something Palace. Hang on, bear with. I've forgotten that one.
Remember, these are half-metre pieces,
Palace
not a fat
Petals,
quarter bundle.
is
It's
it?
what, sorry?
Palace Petals is
Palace
the Dipsy
Petals.
one. Yeah.
So that's the size that you're going to get for each one of those. You've got a really decent amount of fabrics there. So again, if you are quilting, cushion
Yeah.
covers, dressmaking, absolutely perfect.
I mean, half a metre would make you a bag, wouldn't it?
Oh, gosh.
A good size
amazing,
shop bag.
Amazing
Yeah.
bag that would make. So that's the red, charming red. And then this one is urban check, because you've got a check one in there, in the lilac. So again, you've got 5 half-metre pieces altogether. And then the final one is the green.
So here you've got a mix of everything, because you've got the urban check as well as the map in this one, the Charming Cities.
And this one's been really popular as well. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no, it's really good. But it tells the whole story, this one, doesn't it?
Yes.
It tells the story of getting through the hustle and bustle, the iconics, and all the parks. So I
Yeah.
think you've got everything in that collection.
It really does tell the story,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's cool.
So you've got a couple of pound savings if you wanted to go for any of those. But we do have a complimentary bundle of Liberty fabrics. So these aren't available on their own. It is just a bundle. And you're making another saving there as well, which is rather nice, of £3.50. And they're all Liberty, aren't they?
They are. So when Liberty design the collections, what they do is look at the screen colours that they've used throughout the collection, and then go back to what they call their timeless collections or editions. So that's your Wiltshire Shadows, York Fern, Lazenby Silhouettes, and Emily Bells. And they try and pick out the colours in those collections that best suit this current collection.
Perfect.
Exactly. So here we've got a mixture of Emily Bell, York Fern and Wiltshire Shadow, and they all work so well with the collection, I think.
They really do. I mean,
Yeah.
it means that your new collection is going to go that little bit further.
Absolutely. But become a hero as
Yes.
well. because it will stand out against the backgrounds. I mean, I think the indigo with that just
gorgeous,
amazing. Yeah, and then you add in a bit of that
yes.
just to really pop. And this one, Twinkling Thames, I love the concept of this with its little lights glistening over the Thames.
Yes.
And then, although there's foliage, it suggests movement of the water because the Thames is incredibly tidal. So you want that movement there. But that looks, I mean, even that works with anything.
Yeah, with any
That's
of
what
them.
I love.
And it's not fight, although these have a print,
Yeah.
it's not fighting with them.
No, and you put it on the red and you'll get a completely different
Yeah.
look. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
incredible.
amazing. Caroline's messaged in. She says, morning, ladies. Morning, Caroline. And she says, bought the mega bundle, blenders and the complimentaries. Gorgeous. What can I make?
Yeah,
What can
and
I
morning,
make?
Caroline. Yeah.
Now, we do have also, so brand new, we haven't even got them in the studio yet, but we've got some extra wides available for you as well. So we're waiting for them to be delivered, maybe if they're here for the 10 o'clock show.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
We'll show them.
Yep.
We will get to them at some point throughout the day today.
Yeah.
So watch out for those coming on the
You're
website
honest.
anyway. So, but yeah, that's, do you know, even if you're not going to go for the Liberty Bouquet, that's just a really useful bundle of fabric,
It's a
isn't it?
beautiful bundle, and what I love about Liberty Timeless Editions is they are standalone fabrics as well as blenders.
Yeah.
Because the detail in them is phenomenal. Look, I mean, Emily Bell particularly, all
Yeah.
that line drawn work, even when you've got it in the cream with the brown taupey line detail. There's loads there. So if you wanted to use them as standalones, you can. And you don't, as you said, you don't need to use the iconic hero fabrics throughout a project. You can have a nod of those, but that will really stand out if you use a complementary timeless that will make the colours work in the collection.
We've got a solid bundle that we've put together for you as well. So I'm thinking, if you're making a bag, excuse me,
You've got a while to go, don't you?
4 hours to go. If you're making a bag on the outside, use these.
Yes.
If you want a lining, then maybe go
Yes.
for one of the
Yeah, because the linings
solids.
get dirty, don't they? Because you just throw your stuff in.
The bigger the bag, the more you lose in there. If I have a very small bag, I carry exactly the same amount of things that I need as are in a big bag.
Yeah.
But if I've got a big bag, like
You
the one
put
I come with
everything else in
today,
as well.
I've got
Yeah.
stuff in there I'd forgotten
But I
about.
lose far more in a little bag than I do in a big
Yeah,
bag, and
yeah.
I don't know how. Where does it go?
Yeah.
It's not even a Mary Poppins bag, but where does it go? Crazy.
You get all of those. You've got the complete rainbow in this one. Saving the £3 as well. You know, that all mounts up, doesn't it? And a really lovely colour collection. Now, obviously, we've put these together to go with the brand new bundle. But again, it's a useful little stash, that, isn't
yeah.
it?
I mean, that works really well with the
Yeah.
samples. And the yellow is a perfect colour match for the yellow in here.
Yeah, Coleman's.
I'm going to bring a jar of mustard in to show you. Maybe it's because I've got I don't know, maybe mine's a different jar, I don't know.
I've mixed those up now. I don't know what's what.
I'll sort that out.
So again, really busy for those as well. Add it to your order. You've only got your one postage to pay throughout the day, remember. But you find these really useful. And these, again, are half-metre bundles. The hero of the morning, though, is the brand new Liberty collection.
It is. It's just beautiful. I've got some of it over here as well. Look, I've been stashing it.
15 half metres. That's 7.5 metres in total. Is this absolutely brand new, hot off the press?
It is. It is. Very hot off the press, this one. Or hot off the screen, I should say. Yeah, no, it's new release.
So it's London Bouquet. Just talk us through the story behind this.
So the story is totally about day trip or living in London. So it's the hustle and bustle in the urban check of all the London transport and moving around London itself. Then you've got the iconic, charming cities map print, if you like, but it's not obviously not correct. So don't use this as your A to Z. But
you're not going to turn a corner and find a pigeon the size of a car next to you.
No, and yeah, and the Liberty store is in fact smaller than Big Ben, but not on here. But it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? It's a retro nod to it all. Then from all of that hustle and bustle, as if anyone's visited London, you'll know, you haven't got to walk far before you go into a glorious park setting, whether it be Hyde Park, Regent's Park, Kew, anywhere around there. You've got the most gloriously looked after gardens, flower beds. I mean, we do gardens well, don't we? So this is a nod to that. And then throughout London, there is this huge river that runs through called the Thames. So they've added in these two fabrics called Twinkling Thames, just to give a nod to Father Thames, because otherwise, you know, we wouldn't have what we see as London today. And the idea of this is really that it is moonlight, sunlight hitting the water with the little dots. Also, along the embankment, there's a lot of fairy lights as well, so it's that sort of image. Movement of the trees around the embankment and the water flowing down the Thames.
You make it sound very romantic.
Do I?
And then we've got some of the more iconic, the classic designs.
I mean, this to me is iconic Liberty. The ditzy flowers, beautiful line-drawn work and detail in the stamens of all of the flowers. But it just instantly says dresses, especially little people's dresses. I just love it.
Morning, Paula. She's morning, ladies. She's listening while she's out walking Jess, her greyhound.
Oh.
Lovely to hear you both. And then Mary said hello as well. Morning, Debbie and Susie. Tracy says morning. And thank you very much. Says the Liberty fabrics are gorgeous. Have I missed anybody there? Sandra, I've missed you. My 1926 treadle machine is called Pearl. And Pearl's a singer.
Yes, very good. Love it.
Is that as good as Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think that has the edge. Just has the edge. I don't know, because one's vintage, isn't it? And one's modern day. So I think we could have a double winner.
Many moons ago, we launched, when I used to work in Ideal World, we launched a brand new singer machine that was based on the old black with the gold. And I can remember coming out of the show beforehand, before I went into the break, and I just came up, I don't know why, join me in the next hour, I've got a sexy black singer. I don't know who they were expecting.
Or what channel they thought they were watching. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Did the ratings go up?
and then very suddenly down again. Anyway.
Yes. Moving back into London Bouquet. So, yeah, whichever you pick, I mean, you can, if you buy the complete collection, I mean, you're going to have so much fun putting stuff together and projects. And please use it. I hate it when people buy Liberty and then it just sits in a cupboard. Please use it, because if you use it, you're wearing it, you're enjoying it, and other people are as well. If it's sitting in a cupboard, it's just gathering dust. Yes, it's insulating your house, but, you know, let's use wadding for that.
No, it's a really lovely collection. You're saying that this one is has quite a story with it as well.
Yes,
it's one of the 1930s, did you say?
Yeah, this is this is the oldest archived print that they've reconfigured for this collection, so the 1930s. But you've looking at the spring flowers mainly, so you've got bluebells and daisies and the early marguerites coming through, but they're very open work. You wouldn't know, you know, no botanist is going to look at this and think they're a pure design of a flower, are they? But it's still, you still recognise them as the flowers.
Yeah.
And it's if you were to visit the parks, the royal parks now, this is what you'd be seeing in the flower beds, and that's what I like. I've got a year's worth of London visits.
Yes.
Whether I go in the evening or during the day, this tells that story. And then this is a busy fabric, and it's meant to be, because getting around London is always busy. I've only ever been on the underground once and not been like this.
Yeah.
It's always
time of day or
hubbub,
night.
isn't it? Yeah, but I much prefer to walk. I mean, it's only 1.5 miles wide, isn't it? So you can easily walk around it.
We've got another collection, actually, that we can show you, that has a little bit of a nod to London because it's got the Liberty shop there.
There you go.
So this was the previous one, so this would have been last month, wouldn't it?
Yes, it was last month's collection. This was Liberty Flower Shop. So
We are quite limited, though, so we don't have much stock of this one left, so be quick if you want it, basically.
So this is the one where it's it really is a nod to the beautiful flower shop that's on the corner of the Liberty store, where you've got that beautiful Tudor facade that everyone knows as the iconic Liberty store. There is a fabulous flower shop, which was, well, world-renowned in its heyday, and everyone used to go there for the exotic flowers as well as the run-of-the-mill flowers. Didn't you?
No.
Oh, there you go, see. And even now, as you approach from Marlborough Street, you see these beautiful floral displays outside that side entrance. I always think it's a shame it's the side entrance.
Yeah.
But it is just stunning. Well worth going. If you go to London and you go into the Liberty store, go in that entrance, don't go in the other one, because it's a much nicer experience. And the smell as you walk through, it's only a very tiny little entrance that's filled with flowers where they sell them, but the smell as you walk through is just glorious. And then you walk into the rest of the store.
Wow.
But you'll get the full experience if you go in that door. And this is what it's like. So you walk in and there's just flowers everywhere. And they've kept to this vintage palette, but with vibrancy as well. So you've got fuchsia pinks and hot tomato red coming through.
Mustard.
Yeah, the
Coleman's.
mustard. Yeah, it's not Coleman's. I'm going to buy you a pot of Coleman's mustard. I'll bring it next week. But you can have that instead of an Easter egg.
I can't bear mustard.
Can't you?
Oh, no, it's horrible stuff.
Is it?
Horrible
I
stuff.
see, I use
I'll go
elderberry.
custard instead.
Oh gosh, if your custard's that colour, we need to have a talk. We definitely need to discuss your custard making. Shouldn't be that colour. But both of these are multi-directional as well, because even what they've done with the iconic shop is make it twist and turn around the fabric.
Yeah.
So you're not going to waste fabric if you're fussy cutting. If you want to use the Liberty store as an iconic feature, you can do, because there's plenty of space between them to fussy cut them. And then you've got this gorgeous print. Well, it's flowers and berries, because you've got cherries on there as well,
yes.
which are really cool.
And they're kind of falling into 3 colours, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Not go there, not go there.
Yeah.
So again, it's a collection of 15. You've got another saving of £8.99. Oh, I've not seen this one before. That's a pretty one.
It is pretty, and it's got that dot background that we've seen in the new collection.
Yeah.
But smaller scale still. So this is real polka dot. But then you've got this climbing clematis type flower, or columbine type flower coming through, but it's tone on tone. So it again has movement through it, and you've got tendrils popping out round it.
I do love this collection.
It is really pretty, very spring-like. These are retro flowers, but to me, you can also see dancing fans.
Yes.
Because you've got half petals coming through. And then the tulips is just a beautiful fabric. It is the one that is directional. So if you are using it for a specific purpose, you might want to think about how you cut it for that. But if you're not worried, I mean, if you're quilt making, how often do you pick up a quilt and look at it and think, right, I can only put it on my lap this way round? You know, I'm cold, I want a quilt. So I don't think it matters for quilt designs as much as it would for dressmaking or anything like that. But it is just stunning, isn't it?
Have we got lines in that one? Am I
Yes,
seeing
there
again?
are, yeah. Because of the way it's printed, you've got a ribbon of pink running through, but it's not a straight line. It has this one has a definite wiggle, this one has a very slight wiggle. But then when you look in borders of tulips, however formal the garden is, there's always a wiggle, because nature doesn't confine itself to straight lines, does it? It will blowing the breeze. And that's what you get with this. You can see a breeze running through a tulip
I
bed.
planted tulip bulbs in the lawn. We planted, well, my son planted 200 daffodil bulbs. They're starting to come up.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Oh, they've
not all
appeared.
200. But I planted about 30 or 40 tulip bulbs. 4.
4, yeah. So
In a
I-
row.
Ditto, yeah. Oh, you've done well then, because I planted a similar number, and I have one at this end of the garden, one over there, one in a pot down here, and one out the front. Who knows where the rest are, but we've got very fat squirrels living in the tree.
No, I just fancied the whole of the lawn
Yeah.
being yellow, but no, it didn't quite happen.
Well,
A little rubber 4 soldiers.
I've been given the go-ahead to turn my lawn into a wildflower meadow.
Oh, we're having an area.
Oh, are you? I'm
Yes.
doing the whole lawn.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it. I've been given the rights.
Grow don't mow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're going comfrey,
Oh.
chamomile.
Oh, my
then
mother
the
used to
loads of
make
wildflowers.
comfrey wine.
Did she?
Oh, that had some kick to it.
Did it? And you see, if Simon's watching, that's what he'll be doing now, won't he?
So again, you've got a whole collection of 15. Not so many of these left now, though. So check out if you want to get hold for those. The brand new collection. This is going to be the last time that you see it, probably. There's loads of you with these in your baskets. Half a metre of each one of 15. 15 of those.
It is.
So it's the whole lot.
Yeah, Heritage
7.5
Parks,
metres.
Regent Meadow.
Just there's not one. So sometimes when you get I don't know, a fat quarter pack or a jelly roll or
Yeah.
something where there's lots of fabrics, you think, well, I like all of those, but I'm not so keen on that.
Yeah.
There's not one that I think.
No, or you
don't like.
look at it and you think, I'm going to struggle to put that with anything.
Yeah.
But these, because the colour tones all blend, even if you don't work within the colour family that Liberty have put them in, they will still work together. You can pick out between the collection different fabrics and use a fabric that works for your design, whichever one you want. Yeah, I really love.
Yeah, I mean, initially when you look at it, it's the colours
Yeah.
that I love. The
fresh.
red that isn't bright red, it's more of a coral, and
Yeah.
and the soft tones of the teals and the sages, it just works so well together.
Yeah.
And even the very modern, I think, with the geometric kind of designs, with the very traditional and the, based on the original designs.
Absolutely. Yeah, it
really
works.
well.
It does work. Yeah. Yeah, it would be really good.
You're saying about the way that the designers work there. They are very talented people.
Oh, phenomenally talented. And their vision, when they look at an archive piece and then think, but if I do X, Y, and Z to it, it will bring it up to 21st century or, 2025, well, they're working on 2026, 27 now. So, yeah, it's just amazing. The thing about the whole collection, and we see it time and again through the collections, is that continuous background detail. And in the last 2 collections, it's been this polka dot.
Yeah.
So every print has some element of polka dot in it, apart from the geometric urban check. But you see dots here and there, and the line drawn detail brings everything to life, which is phenomenal detail.
Whether
Love
they
it.
have Liberty on it, they're handmade. Paul's emailed, says,
Yeah.
morning, love to see you on the channel, capital letters this morning. Would you know if you can get tags anywhere that have Liberty on it, or even handmade with Liberty?
So they may well sell something within the Liberty store in the haberdashery section. I will say, you often find, so on the selvage, you've got the Liberty icon as well. And sometimes if you buy fat quarters, they'll come wrapped in ribbon that've got Liberty on. What you have to be very careful of is they're fine for personal use, but Liberty will take great offence if you start putting them on things that you buy, you make and sell, because that is quite rightly infringement of their design.
So could
just
you
be
say
careful.
this bag is made with Liberty fabric?
Yes.
But you can't say this is a Liberty bag?
Absolutely, yes. That is the way round it. I don't tend to use the Liberty logo on any of my Liberty things. I've just put a little handmade button on it so that people know it's handmade, because then I know that people recognise Liberty, don't they? I mean, even if you're not a sewer, most people would recognise a Liberty print for that iconic floral element. This one, possibly not so much, because it is a real modern. Having said that, in the 60s and 70s, they had some amazing geometric prints. And there's some in their furniture archive that I think would be amazing quilt fabric designs. But yeah, we might see them, who knows. But yeah, I love the detail, but just be careful about using any brand, not just Liberty, but any branded selvage label that isn't, and how you're marketing it. I mean, it's great for your own, but just be careful if you're selling.
Thank you. Well, check out your baskets, lots of you ordering. Every one of the fabrics available on its own has now sold out. So we're going to pop off and see you again in a couple of minutes with June Taylor.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longer stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes, so that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it. Or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia. Or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi there and welcome back again. Now in this hour we've got tools, we've got kits, it's everything, in fact it's everything that we've got from June Taylor actually, isn't it?
It is the June Taylor hour, yeah.
The cutting mats that we have for you, these are very cleverly designed and I think they've all got a specific job to do. So what's this one? It's huge.
So, yeah, this is the biggest of the Shape Cut family. This is called the Shape Cut Pro, yeah, I mean it is phenomenally huge. If I put that underneath it, that might help.
No, not a lot.
No, not a lot. Okay. So it's a slotted ruler designed for cutting, but it's got a specific cut in mind. So this cuts in 2.5-inch increments, which if you're a quilter is probably the cut that you're going to do a lot for binding, borders, any of your piecework. The other thing that is I mean, you can shuffle the ruler over to cut in between, but there are only slots for every 2.5 inches. Its size is such so that you can cut a full fat quarter without having to fold it, or you can cut across the width of a fabric with one fold. So from that point of view, it's really good because so then you're not going to spend ages pressing out seams, creases afterwards. So that is the concept behind this. It really is a great one to make your 2.5, your 5-inch and your 10-inch charms as well. So if you love patchwork using those increment designs, 2.5, 5 and 10 squares, then this is a great tool for that because you can rapidly cut through.
So like for if you're making 5-inch squares, you'd cut this way and then spin the whole thing around and cut in the opposite direction?
You would have a rotating cutting mat, or you just pick the whole board up and turn it round.
So you need a big cutting mat?
You would need a big cutting mat for this, and you do need to store them flat because they have got slots, the bits in between move. So what you don't want to do is to put this balanced on the top of your sewing machine so that it's sort of flopping in the breeze. There is a handle hold at the top, so if you want to take it to classes or on the go, you can do that, but I use that to hang mine. So mine is hanging free against the wall on a hook so that nothing is wobbling it, it's not going to bend or bow.
Or keep it in the box?
Or keep it in the box it comes in a phenomenally big box that's it's well supported. It's a good, you don't want this to warp because then your cutting won't be accurate. You have got the inch and 1/2-inch markings in between, but no cut lines on this one.
Right.
For that we need to go to the next one down. Okay, so same family.
Over there.
Yeah, this is Shape Cut Plus. So the concept of this is the same. You've got your slotted entry for your rotary cutter, and all of these are to be used with rotary cutters. You can't use them with scissors. You can't even get a pencil lead in that slot, believe it or not, so you can't use it for drawing. But you've also got your 45 and 60 degree lines on here, so you can cut bias with this one.
Right.
And you can cut your diamonds as well. And you can cut into 1 1/4-inch strips if you want to.
Oh,
because there's a 1/4-inch mark, and there's a clever guide on the sheet that comes with it on how to do that if you wanted to do that.
So you can see the whole ruler.
Yeah, we can see it all, and also I'm going to demonstrate how it works with this one as well. We're going to move over, but it's again, you've got a hole here. You can put ribbon through to hang up. You want to keep this flat. It's not a coaster. Don't put your coffee cup on it either. And you'll need a cutting mat underneath.
So an A3 cutting mat would be fine for that.
Yeah, A3 would work.
Does it matter what size of rotary cutter you have?
No, so I use mine with a 23, a 45 and a 60 millimetre rotary cutter. The rotary cutters you want are the ones that don't have a hood to them. You want the free ones so that when they're open you've got the blade exposed, not one that releases as you cut, because what I've found with those is the hood gets caught on this bit here where the teardrop becomes the slit, and the teardrop bit is your entry point for your rotary cutter, which I'm going to demonstrate in a second.
Okay, do you want to do that then?
Yeah, I'll move over and go and do that.
So with these tools, we've got a smaller one coming up as well. It gives you accuracy, but I think for a lot of you that may be a little bit fearful of using a rotary cutter, maybe you've had an incident where it's slipped, or you wobble a little bit, or your hand's not too steady, it keeps you on a perfect guideline as well. So you get a perfect cut strip of the width that you want, and you get the perfect cut with your rotary cutter at the right angle as well. So you're just going to chop up some fabrics now.
I'm just going to chop up fabric, yeah. Spend half my life chopping up fabric. So you would normally have pressed your fabric, which of course I haven't. Now this one isn't like the Pro, which if I just left my fabric folded in half like that, selvage to selvage, it would fit under the Pro, and I could then subcut down the 2.5-inch strips. With this one, if I fold again in half, I might take the label off. I can then place this underneath my ruler. Now when you pick the ruler up, try and pick it up with two hands. Don't let it flop around in the breeze. You can see it is movable. You've got horizontal markings on there, and what you want to watch is the fold that has got no selvage to it. So that's going to be my true straight line across the bottom here. As I say, you'd normally have prepped your fabric. The zero end, which is on my left, I want to make sure that none of that fabric edging is beyond the zero, and then I'm ready to cut. And you want to give yourself a clean edge to start with. So I'm using a rotary cutter that when I remove the cover for the blade to protect it, it's exposed. And then you've got this teardrop shape, so I slightly angle my blade to push it in, and what you want to do with your hand is keep it out of the way of the slot so you're not going to cut your hand, but track with you as you go. And you should hear that sort of, for want of another term, sort of grind noise. If you can hear a sort of grainy noise, you know you're cutting through all the layers. So I'm going through 4 layers here. So if I wanted to do 2-inch cuts, I can introduce my blade and go all the way along. And I've done a whole reap. So when you're doing a quilt cut, for example, that's a really quick way of cutting your fabric. And then when I've finished, move the ruler out the way, and obviously I haven't given it enough welly at the top there. Typical. So let's bring it back again. I can realign. Let's realign.
So I know you use these kind of rulers all the time.
I do, yeah.
Because we work together and I've seen you. I've normally gone for my 24-inch ruler.
You
but
have?
to be honest, I do have slippage every now and
Yep.
again.
Which you don't get with these.
No.
You just need to be a bit more aggressive with these to get the pressure, which I haven't got. Look at that, that's terrible. It's because I normally stand over. I'm not tall enough. I need a box. Let me try again. Here we go. And I didn't have 3 shredded wheat for breakfast. Other breakfast cereals are available. I had a yoghurt. Let's try stood up. There you go. The advantage of this is the speed.
Yeah.
to be honest, because you can cut an entire quilt in minutes rather than hours. There you go, that sounded better, didn't it? There you are.
Well,
Clean.
we're talking about quilts.
Yes.
That's a rather fancy quilt behind
Do
you.
you like it?
Yeah, I do like it. Can I
That's-
buy it?
You can buy it today. It's the new one of mine that is released today, yeah. So I've done it specifically with the London Bouquet in mind, and the idea of it was that you've got parks surrounded by paths or roads, and it's sort of a map grid system as well. But it's a bit of fun.
So that's coming up in the next hour?
It is, yes,
Yep.
yeah. So the other thing with this shape cut, when you've got a strip here's my strip, you can angle cut as well. So you can take your strips, position them back down. You can subcut them, obviously, just by going in and subcutting along that way to get your squares. But if you position them at an angle, like 45 degrees, for example, and then subcut, you're going to get your diamonds.
And remember, all of that is explained in the instructions, and
It is.
what your cuts are going to be in your second cuts to get your 3/4 inch strips, your 1 1/4 inch strips, and all that kind of thing. So that one is the Shape Cut Plus.
Yep.
We've also got the quarter cut.
You have got the quarter cuts. So sometimes, specifically, especially when you come to do half square triangles or flying geese, you might want 1/4 inch increments. So with this one, you've not just got your 1 inch and 1/2 inch increments as you have with the Shape Cut Plus. You've got the ones in between, and the in-betweenies are up higher, so you know they're your quarter ones. They've still got the teardrop entry point, but it means you can cut 2 1/4 inch. If you're a 2 1/4 inch binding person, you can cut your 2 1/4 inch binding. It is smaller, so it is really designed to work with smaller pieces of fabric, but as we've seen, you can fold fabric to get it in.
Yeah, lovely.
And as they suggest, why not cut fringing if you're into fringing?
Oh,
Cut
nice.
your fringing.
Okay, now we're going to move on because we've got loads to show you.
Loads and loads. I'm going to move these out the way.
First time I saw this, I thought,
Same
as
one. Do you want me to get mine?
a bit of wood. It's just.
It's not just a bit of wood.
Yeah, then I spoke to Susie and had a jolly good telling of exactly what this bit of wood is. What is this bit of
So
wood?
this bit of wood, the magic seam wand, is your best friend, especially if you do quilt as you go or for English paper piecing. It is like a mini iron without being plugged into the electricity. It's made of birchwood, and because of that, you can heat it on the bottom of your iron. So you can get it warm. Just hold it on the base at sole plate of your iron for a count of 5, 10, whatever. That doesn't burn, but then it acts as an extra iron. But when you do quilt as you go, you do not want to press every time you sew a seam, because you'll end up with the wadding and everything just all crumpling and looking a mess. So using this to push out your seams is a great way of doing a sort of faux press as you go. I find it really useful for English paper piecing. You know, when you've got the template on the back and you're folding the fabric over, I use this because it's flat on the table or on your mat if you're using a mat. It lifts underneath the piece of fabric, and I can then bring it over the back and press it down, and I get really neat, crisp edges to my English paper pieces. So yeah, this is why you definitely need this. It's also useful if you're a dressmaker, because if you've got little seams, cuffs and things,
And
you can use it.
not everybody has a little iron next to the sewing machine, so maybe you have to go into another room and iron as well, so it's convenient that way. What do you use it on? Would you use it on a tabletop, or do you need a
No,
mat?
you can use anything. So if you're working on your cutting table, then do that. I mean, I never work on, you wouldn't ever advise you do any form of craft on a best table, but...
Not on your mahogany.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all done it in the past. There is a reason why there's glitter. But yeah, you can use it on there. You can use it on your cut and press mats, your Jean Taylor cut and press mats, your wool pressing mats. it will press equally on there. But giving it extra heat will make a difference as well on things that you can't press, or even a fabric that you can't press, or vinyl, for example, which you can't put an iron on. If you just run over it with the seam wand, you're not going to damage it, but it does help even out those creases and bubbles. So yeah, that's what everyone needs, one of these in their life.
Told you. That told you. Something else that you're going to find really, really useful is your quilt basting spray. I use so much basting spray.
Yeah.
Use it for everything.
Yeah.
So is this okay if I've got a large quilt, or is it just a small project?
No, I use it for my big quilts.
Do you?
Yeah, yeah. I don't use pins at all to put my layers together, because when I'm free motioning, I don't want to end up with finger pricked blood stains all over my quilt. So I quilt base spray all of the layers, down from king size right down to just a placemat. I will base spray. It's such a good spray, very even, fine distribution of the adhesive, and it stays as well. Although it says temporary and repositionable, so if you are doing your quilt layers and you haven't quite got it right, or you've got a bubble, you can lift it. But I do find it holds together for quite some considerable time.
Does it?
Yeah, I have basted and layered a quilt and then not actually got round to doing the quilt stitching for 6 months, and it's still held together. So
it'll wash out,
but
won't
it washes out.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect your needle. And even if you want to hand quilt, you can still get the needle easily through it. You won't notice any difference.
And not just for quilting as well. If you're the bag maker, maybe you've got some kind of interfacing that isn't fusible.
Yeah.
This helps to hold it
Absolutely.
in place while you're
Great for bag
constructing.
handles. You know all the waste bits of wadding we keep for the
Yes.
bag handles? Well, they're not sticky, are they?
Yeah.
So it's great to use for that. I've used it to hold up a trouser hem when I've caught my heel of my shoe, just temporarily as well. So it's got multiples uses.
Yeah.
Again, need to have it in your life. Yeah.
Applique,
Yes,
so many
good
uses
for
for
that.
that one.
Yeah.
As you'll find with your starch savvy. Is this a starchless starch savvy?
It is, yes. And it's like the flatters and best presses of this world. It is designed to relax the fibres in your that you spray it on, and then give those fibres stability when it dries through, so that if you're cutting on the bias or if you're manipulating around a curve, it's not going to overstretch the fibres, so you'll get distortion. So you'll get the best cuts, the best pressing, and the best bias layout of your fabric afterwards. Yeah.
And on things like fat quarters,
Yeah.
will it get those creases out?
It will. First time. Yeah.
And
I
it's
don't
fragrance free.
I don't use water at all in my iron.
Don't you?
Just spray with best press or starch savvy.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I get through one of these a week. That's how much pressing I do. Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing worse, is it, than the blast of steam coming from your iron if you live in a hard water area and everything gets covered in water.
Oh, don't. Yeah. No. But that's why I've never put water in my iron, ever. If I need water for anything, it's in an empty one of these by the side. Never put water in an iron. Oh.
So again, that's your quilt, not just for quilters, starch savvy. It's £9.99.
It is brilliant. Brilliant
You
stuff.
want to go for that one. Right, now something we have, which is
Now this is
rather interesting, not seen this before.
No.
Sash and Dash.
Sash and
Sash
Dash.
and Dash. What's Sash and Dash, Susie?
So when you do your quilt blocks, sometimes the design needs what we call sashing in between, which is just a plain, well, usually a plain border, if you like. And it's not always the easiest element to put together with your quilt, because it needs accuracy. You're trying to hold layers together. If you're building up your quilt blocks as quilt as you go, obviously you've backed it as you're going. So you can't put a border on that's backed. That's too tricky. Well, there are methods, but it's a faff.
Yeah.
This is the quick method of doing it. So what you've got basically is 2 bits of bias tape stitched along the inner seam, so that you can tuck your 2 blocks that are already quilted either side, and then stitch down with a top stitch or a fancy Nancy stitch. Great opportunity to explore the fancy Nancy's on your sewing machine. I said that the other day, fancy Nancy, and then someone said, oh, I like that term. I said, well, what else do you call them? Because they are, aren't they, fancy? So this is where this comes into its own. So it's really great if you're just practicing your free motion, and then you think, well, all those ones I've practiced, I might as well make something.
Yeah.
So you can just quickly put these in between and join them together, and very quickly you've built up into a quilt or a big table runner if that's what you want, or a bed runner, or a huge tote bag, whatever it is you're putting together. It's a really good way of bringing your quilt blocks together for quilt as you go blocks.
And we're selling this by the metre, so you're going to get more than that. At £2.99, and we do have different colours for you. So that's the red.
Yep.
Or you can go for a teal.
That's a beautiful, vibrant peacock teal, isn't it?
It's a lovely colour, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Or we can go for white. Or grey.
So that's a really useful one if you want the blocks to stand out and the sashing to be neutral.
Yeah.
Because this will disappear between the blocks, whereas these are just going to be in your face, I'm here.
Yeah, really stand out.
Yeah.
And then, is that a beige or a caramel? Camel.
Camel.
Camel. Camel's that colour?
Don't know, the ones I've seen are usually quite a bit dirtier than that, actually, to be fair. Don't get too close, because they spit a lot, don't they, camels?
And then you've got the navy.
Yeah, which I would say is a French navy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All into different item numbers. Have a look on the website if you just missed them as we flick through them there.
That looks like a barcode now.
It does, doesn't it?
But really useful for your quilt as you goes, rapid, borders as well. It's really good. Yeah.
Then we've got some kits.
We have. What are we going for?
So this is the insulated lunchbox tote. You supply your fabrics, and we've got the kits with different colours of zip. So have a think about which fabrics you're going to go for, and then you just choose your zip, don't you? Shall we open one up so we can see what's inside it? So this is a navy.
So these are insulated, so the wadding that so all of the, let's start from the beginning. Quilt As You Go kits from Jean Taylor are exactly what they say on the tin. You are making the product in one hit, so you're not going to then have to layer it up. So you're going to layer to start with, and then add in your quilt details to build the product. Everything's printed on wadding, and in this instance, it's an insulated wadding, which is why it sounds crackly. You've got 2 forms. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's like a little mirror. Yeah. And it really does keep heat in and cool in, depending on what you've got in there. Yes, so I use mine. As you can see, mine's a little bit worn. Every time I come here, my breakfast comes with me.
Is that your breakfast in there now?
No, I've eaten it. It was only fruit and yoghurt. No, there's spare. What is there in there? Oh, that's the container. And a spoon. And my toothbrush is in there.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. There's no food. But whichever you go for, you're going to see 2 different types of line. A solid line and a dashed line. The solid line is your cut line. The dashed line is going to be the line you're sewing on. It's all explained in the instructions, but with all of them, you're going to cut out each of the shapes. Now with these, I always leave a ½ inch margin, because I do think it's better when you're quilting something to give yourself that wiggle room. And you'll do both sides, bring it together, and it forms this fab, very voluminous. You can get a lot in here. I've done a picnic for 2 in there. You can get a lot in there, and you get the webbing for your handles. And because it's webbing, they're sturdy handles. You get a zippity-doo-dun zip, which is similar to the Sash and Dash in that it's encased either side of bias binding. So you slip these sides, one long side goes in. You'll see you get plenty of zip.
Okay, and that goes inside the fabric handle. That's not the handle, that's the support for the handle.
What you do is, you cover it, and your handles, because they're sewn into the base, it means that they are strengthening the whole bag as well. You add whatever quilt details you want once you've got your fabric on here, and they give you the support base for inside as well.
Oh.
So it keeps its shape, and they're fully washable. All your seams are enclosed, so because they're carrying food, you've not got to worry about food getting into things or exposed, or then having to think of a way of covering it. You're not doing a separate lining. It's all in one movement. And mine goes through the washing machine literally every time I use it.
Oh,
and
right.
it still is functioning absolutely perfectly. I do take the plastic out before I wash it. I would advise that. But yeah, go for it. They're great little projects. And if you don't want to use it as a lunchbox, they're really useful in the car. You know, when you go to the supermarket just for just a few chilled things, just to have there, particularly in the summer months, to put whatever it is you've bought, be it yogurts, butter, whatever, just to keep it cool for the journey home as well. Yeah.
Lots of you ordering. The only thing I'll pop on top of there is maybe a basting spray.
Yep, absolutely. That's really useful.
We've got different colours, so that is your navy option. So the only difference between each one of these is the colour of the zip.
Yep.
So that one is the red one.
Yep.
And all different item numbers, so hold the line.
Ben's got to catch up with it.
We've got the navy.
No, it's black.
Oh, sorry, black.
That's black.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And there's your black. And then there's camel. So camel coming up in a minute. There you go. And then finally there is your white.
So if you've got 4 members in the family, they can each have a different zippity-doo-dung coloured zip.
Yeah.
You can make them each their own lunchbox, and you won't get muddled up as to whose is whose as well.
Yeah,
so it's
very
good.
tidy. Right, so that's those.
Fold that one up.
Thank you. We've got cosmetic bags as well. Have you got that?
They're here.
Right.
I haven't got a sample of these, but it's same concept, except that you've not got insulated wadding on this one. What we have is normal 80/20 cotton wadding.
Right, let's open this up. I've got the camel here.
And each kit will make 2 bags, a large and a small. When I say large, they come up very large. So if you're about to go on holiday and you want something for your toiletries, something for your makeup, or something for your medicines, or sunglasses, or, you know, to take to the beach, these come up as quite voluminous bags, as you can see.
Yeah, well, that's the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's the bottom, and that's where your zip will go at the top here.
So with that,
and they're a boxed bottom, and so you'll end up with them being around, I think it's about a 3-inch box bottom, so it's quite a deep bottom. Quite a deep bottom. And back to the thing.
How many times are you going to say bottom?
A lot, a lot, a lot. These are quilt as you go, not like the lunchbox where you're taking 2 pieces of fabric and then quilting them together. These, you're going to follow the numbers.
Right.
So you're going to cut fabric pieces. So this is a great scrap buster for your stash, and follow the numbers. And you just do position number 1, put it in that square. Number 2 will go on there, but you do right sides together. And the lines are not sew lines because they're solid. They are actually position lines for this. So you want to make sure that everything comes in that position. So when you've sewn the 2 together with a 1/4 inch seam, you're going to push it over and use your magic seam wand to press the seam open. Don't use an iron. The iron stage is right at the very end when you've finished. Use your magic seam wand to do these.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the larger one, and then you've got the smaller version, and you've got 2 zips included. We're actually calling this one tan. All that same colour as the camel, but you know. So exactly the same in each one of the packs, but we've got different colours of zips available for you.
thank you.
kind of neat. So this one's the red.
Yep.
And it's nice wadding this as well.
It's really, and it washes, again, it washes really well. And if you want to waterproof your fabric first, you know, using eau de coat, they work really well for that as well, because I've made, I eau de coated fabric to start with, and then made washable, wipeable toiletry and cosmetic bags. Yeah, so you can do that. Yeah, make great gifts, these do. Really good.
We've got a grey. Well, the finished products as a gift, or that.
Either.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got a sewing friend, this would be a lovely thing for them to, as a project to do.
Yeah.
And they can make themselves a new tool bag, because it doesn't have to be for toiletries and cosmetics. You know, zipper bags. I have one in the car that holds my sunglasses and a packet of mints. Ben's got one with his cars in the back of the car. So you can use them for anything.
Yeah.
But they just happen to be called cosmetic bags. But because they're...
Is that Ben Producer with his cars?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. When I chauffeur drive him in the morning.
Likes to play with his tonkas.
Yeah, yeah.
There's your black. And then... and then finally the white.
We are going to be dismissed before we get
that got a bit close there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Right, those are £29.99 for each one of those. Again, have a look on the website for the different colours if you've just joined us. Now, we've got the zips on their own as well, but we've only got two colours for you here. So we've got a black or we've got a red. So let's do the red first, because again, it'd be before too difficult to put them under one item number, wouldn't it? So there's your red one, and these are 18 inches long. That's a good length. You can cut them down, can't you?
Yes,
if it's too big.
and if you save the bits you cut off, if they're of a decent length, I mean, I save them even when they're 4 inches long, because I make little zipped caddies for dog treats. So when we're out dog walking, I've got them in the car, and for loose change in the car.
Yes.
When you could pay for car parks using change, they were quite useful. But these, yeah, they're great. Really useful, quick, easy way to put in a zip. If you are scared of zips, this will allay your fears, because you haven't got to use a zipper foot for these. And it's a great way. You can add ribbon detail to it, because it's a wide casing.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you can embellish it with ribbons, with lace, with strips of fabric, or just use some of your fancy Nancy's.
Your fancy Nancy's.
And your beautiful variegated threads look amazing on these.
That's a nice idea.
On the black, the metallics
Had
look
a
awesome.
sample somewhere with some fancy
I
Nancy's
did. That's
stitching on.
the cosmetic, the grab and go tote, yeah.
But you could do things like that. That's a bit of fancy, isn't it? So there's your red. Or you can go for the black. Oh, and you can go for... Oh, that with a bit of fancy would look nice,
Yeah, it
wouldn't
would, yeah, especially...
Maybe a gold metallic.
Yeah, gold metallic, or
Yeah.
even just, you know, white would look awesome on there.
Oh. Wendy's messaged in on Facebook, and she says, what a fantastic duo. Lots of great info being shared. Nice to have a morning where they're taking or talking us, where they're talking to us, the watching public, and not laughing and giggling with those off screen. Oh, hopefully we can... Oh, thank you, Wendy.
We're having fun.
Oh, there's still all the chat going on. I'm just completely ignoring it.
Yeah.
So do what
Yeah,
we
we're
want,
not.
don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Me
yeah.
and you, innit?
Yeah,
Do what we want.
absolutely. Yeah.
Not
So
talking to me now. I don't know where we're going next. See?
Should we, are we doing? Are we placematting?
This is who's that? Sorry. Oh, Pauline. Hello, Pauline. And she says, with the cosmetic bags, is it similar to FPP?
No, it isn't, Pauline, because you're actually going to do the process on the side you see. So you're not flipping everything. You're not working on the reverse. It's quilt as you go. So you'll position your fabric right sides together and sew your 1/4 inch and flip it. So you're covering the areas as you go. You're then not going to reverse that finally.
So do you, can we just have a look at that
Yes.
again?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Jim.
Sure.
Reaching over. So
Let's open it out so you can see an entire piece. That's it.
So let's start with number one here.
Yeah.
So number one, you cut out the exact size?
Yes, so the measurements are on your instructions as to what size you need.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
so
so
you're not measuring off this,
No,
you're measuring from your instructions.
You use your instructions, and you're just going to put piece 1 on there, don't need to pin it if you don't want to. You can just hold it in place with a bit of quilt basting spray. Your backing will already be on there, so your lining in effect, because it will tell you what size to cut that, and it will cut it as a rectangle, so it will be bigger than you need.
Okay.
Then you're going to cut whatever size it tells you for number 2 in whatever fabric you choose, and you'll put that right sides together so that this edge lines up raw edges together. And then you'll do a 1/4 inch seam to join them here, sewing through all the layers. So number 1, number 2, the wadding and the lining underneath. And then you'll open it out and press it with your magic seam on, and it will cover area 2. And then you're going to repeat that the other side for number 3. And then you'll do number 4, 5, 6. And each piece you'll press out as you go. Then you'll come on to 7 and 8, and then eventually 9.
Right.
Then what you can then add is any more quilting detail stitches you want. So you might want to stitch in the ditch, you might want to do hashtags, you might want to do nothing at all, that's fine. But that's the opportunity to do it.
So what happens to the seams on the inside? You bind them?
So yes, they end up being self-bound the way it's constructed.
Oh, okay.
It's really clever design. So for beginners, it's a great project. If you've got someone who's younger or just starting out on a sewing journey, these are great projects to alleviate that fear of seams and don't know what I'm doing and how do I get a lining round a zip and have it the right way round and the zips the right way up, because that's quite mind-blowingly horrid, isn't it? When you first start, we get very befuddled with the inside outs and the back to fronts. If you start with one of these, you're learning a quilt as you go process, but bag construction, but easy bag construction, but it sets you up for then to expand that journey. But as I said, they're great for stash busting.
Yeah, and I think if maybe you've got a more complicated project on the go, and you just want to relax and just do something a little bit more mindless, I have to say. You know, if you're an expert sewer, then that's just going to be so simple, isn't it?
I keep them to hand because there is invariably a birthday I'll have forgotten.
Yeah.
And I can very quickly, rapidly make those and buy a gift to put them in, and I've got a gift bag ready-made, but it's a useful gift bag because I detest giving paper bags that are just going to be useless. Yeah.
We have placemats, set of four placemats. This one is the Brighton Pier.
Yep. So
these
same
bags
concept.
Aren't resealable.
No, aren't they?
Is
Well,
there
we'll just have
anything
to.
open?
No, there isn't, and I haven't got any of these. There's some. Oh, is this one? No.
No?
Let me find a pair of. I've got a pair of scissors.
I've got
scissors.
These are funny things.
They're definitely not fabric scissors, are they? So this
Are they
again.
not?
No, I wouldn't have said so. Would you?
I don't actually think they're scissors at all.
Oh, aren't they?
Because scissors cut, don't they?
There you go. I've got paper scissors. Try those. See, I label mine. So these are quilt as you go as well. So you're getting 80/20 wadding, pre-printed with the design. And for Brighton Pier, they are, it's a series of stripes really. But you don't have to use one piece of fabric to fill the striped area. You can use patched pieces if you want to. So when you've practiced a block or you've got scraps left over, we all know I love to keep my scraps. I can use those scraps if they're, say I've got some flying geese that I've got left over, I can put the panel down here. So you don't have to use whole pieces. But if you want a really quick placemat for an occasion, like, you know, Easter's coming up.
Yeah.
Or they're actually really good as sewing machine mats as well, because they are massive. I don't know how big your dinner plates are, but ours are nowhere near that big.
You could make a cushion front out of that.
You could, yeah. It'd be an excellent cushion.
I mean, it's not square, but, you know.
No, but I love a rectangular cushion.
Yeah.
They're far more supportive, aren't they?
No, that's true.
But with these, what you'll then learn is binding, because you bind the edges. All the instructions are in there, you don't need to learn all that, but it's a quilt as you go, so you'll put your backing on and you'll be, spray baste it. You're then going to start at number 1. Number 2 will be right sides together. Stitch it, magic seam wand to bring it over, and it should line up with the edge here. Repeat for number 3 and so on. But you've got 4 big placemats.
Not big.
You could join them together with Sash and Dash and make yourself a insulated tabletop.
That's a nice idea.
To protect your table,
Yeah.
to sit round, or a mini quilt. I mean, this would be a really good baby play quilt size. So you could do all different nursery fabrics, for example, with this.
Okay, you got my mind's spinning now.
Yeah, you see. Great.
So you'll need your cutting ruler to cut your binding.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be bias cut, does it?
No,
Is
because
straight
it's
lines?
squares, you would cut just normal straight binding, yeah. But you could use bias binding if you've got that hanging around, but you'll probably want to coordinate with the fabrics that you've got in there.
Oh, I'm just thinking that, I mean, the placement it is huge, but if you've got pets and you've got some pet-themed fabric,
Yeah.
and then use your overcoat
Yeah.
over the top, so have
Yeah.
that, put the food
That would be
on.
very posh.
Yeah. Or you could use it to make bags.
Yep. 2 together
Yeah.
would probably be a good sewing machine cover as well. Or
Yeah.
4 would be a massive sewing machine cover.
Yeah.
But that would be a really good use for them as well if you don't want placemats. But because they're on 80/20 wadding, they'll be really washable, which, sorry, I've got hiccups, which is why they're really good as placemats as well, because obviously no one is perfect when they eat their food, and you're going to get spillage, so it's a good way to, you want to know it's going to wash and wear well.
Yes. And that's insulated, is it?
No, these aren't insulated, so they're not heat resistant or insulated, they are just 80/20 wadding like we normally have.
We've got 3 different designs for you. So that one was Brighton Pier.
Yep.
This one is Union Squares.
Yep.
Oh, now this is a nice one, because I'm imagining your plate here.
Yeah.
And then, could
Knife
you
and
even put a
fork.
pocket on
I
there?
have done before. So what you have to very do is construct your pocket before you put this panel in.
Yeah.
And when you stitch this panel in, you make sure it captures in the seam here.
Yeah.
And then you can have a cutlery pocket as well. That's what I do, and I put ribbon ties in at this end so I can roll it up, and they're our picnic mats.
That's a nice idea.
We have very posh picnics.
We don't have picnics.
Don't you?
And then, I don't think I've been on a picnic since I was a child.
Really?
Oh.
Sounds like we need to go on a picnic.
Should we go on a picnic?
Yeah.
Come on then.
About 10 o'clock.
This one is Alberta Skies, so you've got a bit of flying geese
You
there.
have got flying geese. So if you've never done flying geese before, this is a great way to learn the process without having to do squares, as we'll find out in the 10 o'clock hour, and cut the corners off. It's all done as quilt as you go. But you can have great fun with these. They are the same size placemats. In fact, they're slightly bigger, they're slightly wider, 15 inches. They're massive, these.
They are big, aren't they?
This would definitely do a sewing machine mat.
Oh, yes.
If you didn't want it as a placemat.
As a placemat.
But they make great gifts. A set of 4 placemats like this are a fabulous gift for a new home.
Oh, yes.
Really good gift for a new home.
And I remember you choose your fabric, so maybe
Yeah.
you've got some of your leftover Liberties or something.
Absolutely.
That'd
Oh,
be
can you
very
imagine
nice.
the Liberty map, the London map?
Oh, yeah.
That would look amazing as the big panel, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And then you could have all the florals here, blenders in this bit, and then that twinkling Thames coming down the side. That would
That'd be
just
amazing,
look
wouldn't it?
really cool. Yeah.
I've had some more messages on Facebook. Stefania, hello. Oh, Stefania Bianco.
Oh, that's a nice name.
Oh, say, I'm imagining ruffled skirts and castanets and glamorous hair. And is that what you look like? Lovely name, very glamorous name. She says, morning, Debbie and Susie. I love Quilt As You Go, but the June Taylor ready-made sashing is quite pricey, especially if you're doing a big quilt. Is there a way of achieving the same effect at home, i.e. the sashing is joined in the middle? That might be quite tricky to get accurate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to be very accurate with your stitching down the 2 seams, because it's 2 pieces of bias tape that are stitched down the middle without capturing the bias fold.
Yeah.
You've got to be a very
So
straight stitcher.
the edges haven't been sewn straight
No.
to the centre, so
No. Yeah.
might be easy just to use satin.
It's also quite, the reason it's pricey is because it's a lot of fabric to create it. So
Yeah.
if you are creating it as a version of your own, then you're going to be using a lot of fabric because you've got to get that double-sided bias going on.
Yeah.
I have done it on my own, by myself, you know, rather before this came along, and it was amazing how much fabric you get through. It's not just 2 pieces of border strip like you think. Because you're doing it as a quilt as you go, you need it happening both sides at once.
Yeah.
And there are methods to do it, but you will use more fabric. So yeah, that's
that
why the
explains.
price point is slightly higher.
Wanda says, absolutely loving the show. We're a dream team. And, Stefania says, no, Debbie, jeans and T-shirt. No ruffled dress and frou-frou slippers with pom-poms on the top then, with kitten heels. I wasn't imagining jeans and T-shirts.
No. Well, it is Friday.
That's true.
It is Friday.
We've still got more projects
Yeah,
to
we've
show
got
you.
what we've got. The cosmetic bag, is that the
We've
next
got...
one? No,
we've got
the
a
grab
project
and
bag.
go. Oh, project bag. That's this one. Project bag's this. Oh, these. Now, anybody who does anything in life needs these. Doesn't matter what you do. They are brilliant bags.
You like these, then?
I do like these. You get two bags in the set. This is the largest size, and then there is a slightly smaller one. When I say slightly smaller, I mean it's like an inch or 2 smaller. It's not much smaller. But they are a quilt as you go concept. But unlike the wadding ones we've seen, these have got a almost like an interfacing top to them. Do you want me to open it? Am I allowed to open it?
Yeah, we do what we want.
Oh, can we?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Only every day.
Oh, that's all right then. So I won't get the blame this time then.
That's all
Brilliant.
my fault.
Love
Blame
it.
me.
So
this is the red details
yeah, this
on your
is the
screen.
red, yeah. Same quilt as you go concept. One thing I would say, the minute you open it, take out your vinyl. You'll get 2 pieces of vinyl, and they're generous pieces. Keep the tissue paper with them, but you want to put the vinyl folded out underneath the cutting mat with nothing else on top of it. Do not put your sewing machine on, because you'll have a nice sewing machine print when you get home. And to use it. Oh, you can tell this is really new, look. But you want to flatten out those creases.
So don't put the iron on it.
Don't put an iron anywhere near this, but keep the tissue, because the tissue is handy when you're sewing, because it helps hold it in place underneath the zip and on the
that's a good
edges.
idea.
And then you can just rip it away from your stitching, and it makes the path through your machine much smoother.
So you don't need a Teflon foot or
I
walking
don't
foot or
use a
anything?
Teflon foot. I do use a vinyl needle.
All right.
Just so I'm not ruining my ordinary quilting needles. But that's the only thing that you need to do when you first get that. The Quilt As You Go panel isn't wadding, it's this interfacing piece. And you get different sections.
It's quite firm, though.
It's very firm, yeah. So these are great for carrying anything around. It still count, you know, sew by numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So like before with the cosmetic bag, you're given the measurements of the fabric pieces to cut?
Yeah, but don't think they have to be one piece. You know, just because number 1 is this size, if I've got a quilt block left over, I can use that.
Yeah.
Cut it down, do whatever you want. You can do patched pieces, it doesn't matter. These big rectangles are the toppers for the back where you add your zip. So they become these. And you can see, you're going to see through the vinyl your stitching. So use your threads wisely, either contrasting or coordinating, whichever you prefer. You can add extra quilting detail if you want. So this one is this becomes this. Or you can leave it as it is. And then I've used up the scraps of my fabric to do a scrappy binding afterwards. and your zips go in the middle. You get 2 zips. They are the zippity-doo-duns, and I can store loads of stuff in here, but because
So
they're
what would
vinyl.
you use it for?
So I use mine, so every time I come here, my demos arrive in one of these. So each demo is in a separate one. At home, I use them to store my unfinished projects. We also use them when we're camping. Because they're vinyl, we can see through them. So we've got various like maps and walking maps and various things in them as well. So we've got those. Got them in the car with my what I call my emergency kit. So
is that emergency sewing kit?
Well, it might be, but it also might be things like, you know, a blanket and flask and that sort of thing. They are sturdy. You can add handles if you wanted to, so you can carry them. But if you are a sewer who goes to classes, this is a great way of taking everything you need for the day with your tool bag. So if you make yourself either the grab and go or a cosmetic bag set, you've got everything you need then, and you've not got bits flying about everywhere. And where's that 2-inch square I cut? Yeah. It's all in here. And you can keep your projects separate. So if you've got a lot of unfinished projects, make these to put them in. But they're just very useful and really huge. They are massive. Great way of learning new blocks as well.
So which is the small? That's the larger one that has that.
Yeah.
And then you've got a smaller pouch
Which
as well,
is a
so
log
you can
cabin.
make 2 of them.
Yeah, well, it's actually courthouse steps you're learning for that one. Yeah.
So we've got 2 designs for you here.
Yeah, the black one is exactly the same design, but just a black zip.
Different zip. So black's on your screens at the moment, or will be in a minute. And those are £24.99. Right, we're just about out of time.
Are we?
Isn't it going quickly?
Gosh, yeah, and we've still got 2 more to do as well. Haven't we?
Oh, have a look on the website for the ones that we've got left, because we haven't got time to actually go through them then. We don't have very many of those left. Right, so we're going to pop off again, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with a rather amazing quilt designed by Susie herself. Ben, producer, said when he came in the studio, is just saying again now, it's his favourite quilt.
Which is lovely. That's really lovely.
Yeah, it is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll show you in a couple of minutes. See you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan. Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist, and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body. You think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hello again, welcome back. Myself and Susie were just talking about sweets from days gone by, and bubble gum and tutti fruities and blackjacks and
yeah.
Can you remember what kind of sweets you used to chew when you were a child?
Sherbet pips.
Sherbet pips. Oh yes, and sherbet tips and rainbow
dust.
Rainbow
you used
dust.
to put your finger in, and your finger ended up looking like some disease.
And you used to be able to go into a sweet shop, and there were jars of stuff.
Yeah. Now there used to be one of those in. Well, there's one in Lincoln, but there used to be one along Eastbourne Beach as well. That we
Gobstoppers. What were the ones with the aniseed seed in the middle of them? Do you remember those? Aniseed balls.
Well, aniseed balls, they were those like burgundy red things.
Yeah,
aren't
but
they?
that little seed in the middle.
Yeah, they did.
Hated that.
And that you then crunched, didn't you? And you thought you'd broken a tooth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny what you get onto talking about when we're supposed to be talking about fabrics and sewing, but it was actually this that Susie said, from a bubble gum. And then you just get carried away, don't you?
You do.
That's one of the new extra wide backing fabrics that we'll have a look at in a bit, but I want to show you first of all the kits that Susie's put together to create that amazing quilt that is behind her. So let's take a look at the fabrics that she actually used to start with. So this is the kit that you're going to need if you want to make this. And it's called Red Charming Cities Squared Out Lap Quilt. So in here, how many, are these ½ metre pieces?
Yes, they're all ½ meters, yeah. So you've got loads of fabric.
Right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ½ meters of Liberty fabric. That feels like more than ½ a metre. How much of the white do we get?
1.5.
1.5 metres of that one, and your instructions to make it as well, and they're very clear, very comprehensive. You've actually got 4 pages there as well. So that's everything that you need apart from your wadding. Is there enough in here to make the binding as well?
Yes, yeah, I didn't cheat. Yeah, you've got enough.
Lovely.
Yeah,
So,
you'll have stuff left over, so if you wanted to make it slightly bigger, with wider borders, you can do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it is not masses left over, but there is some leftovers. Yeah.
So, and it just makes a really striking quilt. Is it simple to make?
It's absolutely brilliant for a beginner.
Is it half square triangles all the way through?
There, yes, most of it is half square triangles, but because they're big, and I've been very generous with my cutting, so that if you've never done a half square triangle before, you're not fiddling around trying to sew and save little bits. It's a really easy, very quick quilt to make as well. Really quick.
So imagine if that is the first quilt you've ever made,
Yeah.
it looks like that. Wouldn't you be so proud of yourself? Plenty of time for making them up before Christmas as well, if you want to give your first quilt as a Christmas present for somebody. So that's option 1. So again, you've got your 5 ½ meters and 1.5 meters of the white as well. And then we have more options for you. So this one uses the green and the sage version. So ½ metre again of each one of those, and your 1.5 metres of the white, and your instructions. This has been the most popular on pre-order, so this is the one that you've been going for. Now, because you've got ½ metre of each of those, you can kind of swap the colours around if you want to.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You've got that wiggle room to design. So I've given you in the instructions a blank diagram so that you can colorise your own. You don't have to sort of sit with fabric and offer it up. You can actually colour it to be whatever you want it to be and move them around. And if you wanted each half square triangle pair to be different, you can do that as well. You just have to do a bit of jigging when you've cut everything to work it out. But yeah, it's a really fun, easy one to do.
Okay, so there's everything, and again, all you need is your wadding, which I'm sure we've got on the website. And then the final option is this one. And this one's got more of the lilac and the jade tones in it.
And that's the one I'm going to demo.
Oh, we're even Stevens, actually, with both of those two now.
Ooh.
So your 1.5 metres, ½ metre, ½ metre, ½ metre, ½ metre, ½ a metre, and your instructions are included in there as well. And again, lots of instructions, lots of diagrams, makes it easier for you to follow if you are new. And lots of instructions, but also lots of Liberty fabrics as well. Right. If you want to take advantage of that colouring chart and use solids to make this, maybe,
yeah,
you can have instructions on your own. On their own, if you wish. So just the instructions. You don't, obviously you don't need a printer, but this is the physical instructions. We do have downloadable as well. So if you wanted to go for that, again, full instructions. And there you go. We do have the The downloadable version.
Not the donut version. See, I've now got you on the food line, haven't I?
I've got bubblegum in my teeth. The downloadable version, the digital version. So you don't need a printer unless you want to print out the colouring chart, because obviously you won't be able to colour that in on your screen. But that will come to you straight away. So as soon as you place your order, leave it a couple of seconds and it'll go into your account. So if you want to get started today with fabrics that you've already got, maybe then that is available for you, downloadable. And that's £9.99 if you want to go for that one. Right, do you want to show us something?
I will. I thought I'd show you how to do this square at the top here.
Okay.
And as you said, because you've got equal amounts of every fabric, you can mix and match. So I would make all my half square triangles, and then you can play around offering things in different position on the quilt pattern to get a different effect if you wanted to, because you could end up with each of these being different if you wanted to. You don't have to do the same. So it is one that I've given you one idea, you can take it from there. So once you've cut all your fabrics, you're going to make half square triangles, quite a lot of them. So you can do this as a chain pieced event, which means it's quick, but you can also do it one at a time if you want to take your time over it. So it depends how much time you've got and how much of a hurry you are to be warm and have a quilt. So the first thing I do with half square triangles is I'm going to mark the two sew lines. Now you can either mark a central diagonal line and sew 1/4 of an inch either way from that, but because I'm chain piecing and because I like to follow a line because I'm always in a hurry, I place the 1/4 inch line of my ruler along the diagonal of my fabric square, and then I mark with a friction pen or a heat erasable pen the 1/4 inch from that diagonal. I'm going to turn that round. Normally I'd turn my board around, but because we're always tight for space on set, it's easier to turn my fabric around. This time I line up the 1/2 inch line on the line I've just drawn. My 1/4 inch line is still central to that diagonal, and I'm going to mark in my other 1/4 inch line. And I start from the middle and work out, because that way I'm not dragging the fabric. And I'm going to repeat that for a second one, because I'm going to show you what I mean by chain piecing, because if anyone is a complete beginner, they're probably shouting at the screen, what on earth is chain piecing? Because I did the first time I heard it. I thought, yeah, that's fine, but we're not sewing chains, we are sewing fabric. What do you mean? So lined up that first one with the 1/2 inch, and then I've got 1/4 inch either side.
You get a chance to sew for yourself?
Do I?
Yeah.
Very, very rarely. I have currently 150 unfinished projects in my workroom.
You've got a big workroom then.
No, not a lot of space in it at the moment. So there are certain times when I think, do you know what, I really would like to make myself. I made a Liberty dress for Festival of Quilts a couple of years ago, but I started that with 24 hours to go. Not the best time management plan in my life, but it worked, and I was dressed in it for the duration of Festival of Quilts. But no, there are projects that I would love to do, but just don't get time, because I'm constantly, my head's just full of designs, and I'm constantly doing things, and someone's keeping me busy doing something all the time. But I make a lot for other people. I do tend to make and give rather than make and keep. As I said to you, we've only got one quilt in our house that I've made. The rest I've given away. So all I'm doing now is pinning my two squares together, right sides together. And I would suggest you pin or clip, whichever you prefer, but do one or the other, because we all like to wing it, but it is better if you do pin so that nothing's moving, especially if you are chain piecing. Now I've set my machine to just a straight stitch, but a piecing straight stitch. So on the Elners, that gives me a stitch length of 1.8, which is, I know, quite a small stitch length, but it means that when we start pressing, we're not going to see gaps in seams, which is really important. And obviously Dan thinks I hover because the foot pedal was up high. Right, so we're now going to stitch along those. So all I'm doing is stitching on my line. And when I get towards the end, I can bring in the next one. And rather than angle it so the points come together, I'm going to go offset and do the opposite side of the markings, because that way it feeds in neatly and I'm not working on a point. When I get to that end, I can then reach across. Obviously, you do more than this. What I tend to do is do all the half square triangles of one fabric at once.
While you're just sewing straight lines, Derek says you can still get most of those sweets from the Long River. I received a gift pack of retro sweets last Christmas. Nice. Stefania says we had a corner shop but bought 10p worth of mixed dods, chocolate mice, fruit salads, traffic light, chewy lollipops, gobstoppers, fruit salads in a white paper bag, and Hubba Bubba.
See, told you Hubba Bubba. Yeah. Traffic lights, were they the lollies that were red and then went amber and then green?
Like a ball.
Yeah.
When you suck them. You
Yeah.
suck the one colour and it changes
Yeah.
to another. Yes,
They
forgotten
were,
about those.
weren't they? Yeah, I had.
We only had sweets once a week, and it was a treat on a Saturday. We were given like twopence or something to go to the sweet
Yeah,
shop.
we used to get 10 pence to buy our comic, and then whatever was left was for sweets. But I used to save what was left because I'm not a sweet fan, and just save it up for books.
What comic did you have?
I was either Dandy or Beano, whichever they had.
So we had the Dandy because my dad liked it.
Yeah, that was what I had. So
Menace the Menace. Oh, that was the Beano, wasn't it?
that was Beano, yes.
Desperate Dan.
Desperate Dan with his pies.
The Bash Street
cow pies.
Kids.
Yeah. Yeah. And there was what was the one that had Nancy the nurse in? That was a different.
I don't remember Nancy the nurse.
No,
Is that Fancy Nancy?
Twinkle. No, it wasn't Fancy Nancy. So I've sewn both seams on all of them. Now, because they're the same size, I can stack these if I wanted to, but you don't have to do that. You can cut them individually, but all I'm doing is cutting them apart down the middle. Just like that. Really easy. As long as I've left the stitches in place, I haven't cut through the stitches, you don't need to measure a 1/4 inch, it's fine. But what you are going to do is now press those, and it is a press, it's not ironing your shirt. So you're going to set your seam first, and I'm going to press to the dark side. So I'm just going to roll those out with my fingers and then take the iron to sit over the top. And I do tend to press both sides because then you get a neat finish. And we're going to do all of these so I can just show you what we're then going to do. If you don't finger press it first, what you'll find is your seam, especially when it's, because these are quite large squares, which is why this quilt comes together so quickly, you get your seam rolls halfway through, so you'll start pressing to the dark side and then you'll suddenly find halfway through it's gone the other way, which is very rude. It should just do what it's told, shouldn't it? But I did treat all the fabrics before I started with Starch Savvy.
Oh, okay.
Which we had on the show earlier, didn't we? So, told you, everything in my life is just sprayed with Starch Savvy, which is why I get through so much. So now, these are unfinished half square triangles. We need to cut these down, and you do need to do this individually. You can't do it all in one go. You need a ruler that is larger than or the same size of the square you're cutting down to, and with a 45-degree line. So I'm using the Creative Grids 12.5 inch square, and I want to cut this down to be 6.5 inches. Perfect. 45 degree is on my seam line that I've just sewn. That's what I've done. But I want to make sure that the fabric to my left, because I'm right-handed, if you're left-handed you're going to work the other way around obviously, is beyond the 6.5 line, because I want to make sure I can trim square. So I've got fabric this side that I can take off. We'll go up the right and along the top. Take those pieces away. Normally I'd rotate my mat, but not here because we haven't got room. Then I'm going to line up those cut edges I've just done with the 6.5 lines on my ruler. My 45 degree is still on that seam line, and I can cut the last 2 remaining sides to give me my perfect 6.5 inch square. Now you've got to do that for every single half square triangle on that quilt. There's not that many, and they're big, so it doesn't take long. And once you've done one, you get into a rhythm. It's a good one to do if you want to put something, your latest series you're watching on, you can do this to that. And that's why I like to chain piece, because I get all the stitching done, then I cut them all, then I press them all, and then I'll trim them all. And it makes for a quick project. So I'll just do all of these, and then we can do the next bit.
Well, Derek's message back saying, was Nancy the nurse in the beezer or the topper? I'd forgotten about the beezer and the topper. And then Sue said it was neither. It was Twinkle.
I thought it was Twinkle. Yeah, because I'm sure my sister used to get a Twinkle. No, she won't message in, but she, I'm sure she had Twinkle.
I used to have a Jackie when I was...
Oh, I remember Jackie.
When I was all grown up and 12.
Yeah, that was when at senior school. I remember Jackie.
Well, they used to have a poster in the middle, didn't they? I had a bedroom covered in Mark Bolan.
Did you?
So, always a poster to pull out and stick on your wall.
Excellent. Not the real person, we hasten to add.
Oh, I wish.
Point. Hasten to add. I had Laura Ashley wallpaper.
You had what?
Laura Ashley wallpaper.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Look at me.
I bet you're long for a bit of Donny Osmond.
No, good grief, no. No, I was the David Attenborough and James Herriot set.
Did you have any friends?
No. Well, they called themselves friends, but what they were really is when I got to school, because I used to arrive before everybody else, the minute they all walked in, it's like, Suze, can you just do our homework for us? That's what it was. That's where my friends were. And when we used to do cycling holidays, I'd plan all the routes and we'd do cycling round the south coast. But I'd be the one cycling. They'd go in cars and join me at the next bit. Yeah. So we've got half square triangles. Now, some of them we're going to keep because all of these are just the half squares. But you'll notice that a lot of them have got an extra element. Now, I did come up with a way of making them like that, but it was very convoluted and far too much for your heads. And I thought, no, I want this to be beginner friendly. Yeah. So the easiest way to do that is to do what we call a snowball corner, which basically means we cut the corner off. So again, I'm going to take little squares and I'm going to mark, this time instead of doing the 1/4 inch either side of the diagonal, we're just going to do one diagonal line. Doesn't matter which, because these fabrics are multi-directional. I haven't got to think about that either. And it's a quilt. I'm not going to be bothered which way round my quilt is on my lap, as long as it's keeping me warm. That's the object of a quilt, in my opinion. If it's spread on a bed, that's different, but if it's spread on a bed in our house, the dog's just going to make a nest of it, so it won't be spread out for long. Oh, the other morning I'd put fresh sheets on the bed and it was all clean and lovely. I put all the pillows out. It looked really showroom ready. 2 minutes later, came back up and the dog had made it into just some massive nest of delight for him. It's like, really? That's not on. So each of these squares is going to go on the plain side. Otherwise, it's just going to get too busy. And I place them so that it literally chops the corner. Again, I'm going to pin. Another quick tip. You know when we were doing the Jean Taylors, we said if you've got excess bits that you've done, if you draw an extra line, 1/2 inch from this one, and sew that one as well, you'll get a mini half square triangle from your corner cut off. Which
you then save in the Jean Taylor storage pouch.
Yeah.
So you've got a project.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to my world.
Stefania says, oh, hang on a minute, you've gone a second. Chorlton and the Wheelies. I don't know what Chorlton and the Wheelies is.
No,
Is that a comic or a band? I don't know. Crystal Tips and Alistair.
Oh, I remember watching that on telly.
I was called Crystal Tips because I had hair like hers. Don't forget the Bay City Rollers, says Sue. And Derek says, didn't we all have tartan on our jeans and denim jackets and a tartan scarf, or is that just because I come from a town with a tartan wool
I
mill?
missed the Bay City Rollers.
Oh, Laura had Laura Ashley wallpaper and posters were Sting and Bruce Foxton. I don't know who Bruce Foxton is.
Oh, I know who Sting is. We weren't allowed posters on our roll. Actually, no, I did have one poster. The Kings and Queens of Britain. And then it progressed to the periodic table. I told you, I'm really sad. So all I'm going to do now is stitch on those lines we've just sewn. And again, I can chain piece this.
Do you know, I think the Basis Rollers may be partly responsible for my... for just kind of igniting my sewing. I don't know what...
I wondered what you were going to say.
Because that's when I wasn't a Basic Rollers fan, but I did like the fashion. So I used to sew my own tartan strips down the side of my trousers and turn my own trousers up so they got turn-ups that big.
Yeah.
And do you remember that the trousers would be wider than your waist?
Yeah.
The big waist with lots and lots of buttons down the front. They used to make,
you know, when you analyse fashion, there are some really bizarre concepts, aren't there? So you can chain piece these as well, just change the angle that they go through. And chain piecing is an advantage to minimise your thread use as well as speed your project up. And then once you've done that bit, you just take out your pins and we're going to chop those corners off. Oh, I was just going to show you. I forgot to do that extra. Let's just quickly do that and then I can show you.
Jill Jones had a Mary Quant quilt.
Sorry?
Jill Jones had a Mary Quant quilt.
Ooh!
I'd like to have seen the Mary Quant quilt.
Gosh, I bet that was jazzy.
Yeah.
So I cut with a 1/4 inch seam. And this is what I mean, because I've done that extra line, I've got a mini half square triangle. You're not going to use that for the project, but by the time you've done all of these, you've got enough to add an extra bit of detail on the back if you wanted to.
Oh, nice.
You could just do a border in the middle on the back. But I'll trim and press these and then you'll see how it comes together. But this is a really easy, quick way of getting that stripe and that on-point square coming together around the middle.
So, if you are a complete beginner, and you love the design, but you're finding this a little bit daunting, is there anything else you can use the blocks for?
Yes, absolutely. So this, because of the size of the block, 4 like this makes a really good cushion size or tote bag. So you could use the blocks.
If you went for a couple of sets, you could have a whole matching cushion cover and quilt combo, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. And it would, you just need your wadding or your H640 if you were doing a bag, or the early bird, the boson.
Yes, yeah.
That would be good. Then these are just going to come together with the... So you could play around. You can have them that way round. Or if you were doing this as a bag, you can flip them and have them the other way around. But for this design, we've got them so that they're... I'm going to put that one there and that one there, that one there and that one there.
Have you got any tips for matching points?
Well, that's the beauty of the design. There isn't much matching to do, because when you bring these together, because they have been, the way we've constructed them, it all just lies in together. So the seam matching on this quilt is literally just at these points here. You're not going to seam match much else. The only other thing that's seam matched is when you do the border, but because I've given you the measurements, when you come to put the borders on, if you start at these points where you've got this different change of bordered fabric and then go out to the edges, then you'll line them up and you'll get them coming in where you need them to be. But if you don't want that look, use your other use the rest of your fabric and do one strip, like I have on the second border. You don't have to do a mix and match border.
So do you make up the blocks in rows of 3 and then sew them together horizontally?
Yeah, so I make up all my blocks and then I lay them out. So I'll do row 1, then I'll do row 2, and I press row 1 one way and row 2 the other way. And then I'll carry on down and I'll make all the rows, and then I'll lay the rows out and join row 1 to row 2, row 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, and then I'll join those together and press.
Okay.
Square it off and then add my borders. But all of the direction, all the information is in the pattern, but it honestly is so quick to put this quilt together, which was handy because I had very little time.
What kind of wadding would you use?
I use 80-20 because it washes really well. It gives me that insulating property, you know, it gives me warmth. It wicks well, and that means that if you naturally sweat, the vapour that you get rid of isn't going to make this a soggy, wet mass. It gets rid of it because it aerates really well. So that's why I use 80-20.
And how would you quilt it?
How would I quilt it? So I would, as we know, I'm scared of free motion. But for this, because it's got a geometric design, my plan is to stitch in the ditch around these on-point bits, and then do some cross-hatching across the bigger areas, and then just do a shadow quilt stitch. That means just about, I usually do about a quarter, well, between an eighth and a quarter, depending on which thread I'm using, for the border strips, just so they're held in place as well, because we often forget about the borders being part of our quilting. But you do need to do some quilting. And then for this area here, I was going to mimic the road system and do the squiggles.
Oh,
I know they've got a posh
idea.
name. So don't be frightened of doing different quilt stitching in different areas. Do a bit of hand stitching as well if you wanted to.
Tying it.
Tying is really cool as well. And that's because I do, you know, I tie off flowers in the garden. You know, when your daffodils are dying down, I tie them up. I usually use them themselves to tie, but you know, that would be quite a nice feature for the borders. What did you say?
I'll just mow them.
You just mow them, yeah. I need to have words with you. Your son's probably going, no. So yeah, that's what I would do for quilting. But it's because it comes up at about 45 by 56 inches, so it's a good lap size. It's a great picnic blanket size as well.
Yeah.
And if you OD coat the backing fabric, it's perfect for picnic.
That's a good idea.
Because then it's not going to get damp.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can still use your 80-20 wadding, or bamboo if you prefer bamboo, whichever. Yeah.
You'll need backing fabric, won't you?
You will need backing fabric.
Funny that.
Yeah.
Funny.
I believe we have some.
Wouldn't it be nice if we had some brand new Liberty backing fabric?
It would.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Oh,
have we?
Right, and we've got loads of them for you.
Literally hot off the trolley.
Yes, absolutely. Literally just come into the studio. So, extra wide, I'm only going to open up one of these to show you. That's wide, and then some. It's huge. And, you know, not just for backing fabric. If you're making curtains, if you're making a lot of bags, this is beautiful. You can use it for dressmaking. It's just really gorgeous fabric. Now, we've got lots for you to choose from. This is the Emily Blossom olive leaf. It's 240 centimetres wide. It's Lazenby cotton. And this is by the ½ metre. And again, this is all screen printed, so you've got the quality of the print there as well. And in fact, it's a screen printed on the shores of Lake Como in Italy.
It is. Yeah. Yeah, one factory does the production of the Lazenby cotton, and it's then taken through to be screen printed and then cut out into bolts. Yeah. Amazing.
And we've got some beautiful colours for you. They go so well.
Yeah, that is phenomenal.
With the fabrics, doesn't that? Yeah, that just picks it up, doesn't it? Right, so that's that one.
So So these
These
are
are
a
huge.
larger scale of the Emily Bells.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the same scale as the Emily Bell we're used to. Like, for example, we've got in this kit, you can see, if I bring that over, you can see the scale difference.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
So all they've done is, they've just enlarged the scaling.
Oh, right.
So this is the normal Emily Bell that we buy by the ½ metre, and this is the extra wide.
Fabulous. I love that colour.
Yeah, that is a really beautiful
I was really drawn to that one. Just move that out of your way so you can see what we're doing. So that one is the olive leaf. And this one is evergreen.
That'd be awesome at Christmas, wouldn't it?
Sorry?
That'd be lovely for Christmas projects.
Oh, it would actually, wouldn't it? Proper Christmas green. That's lovely. But again, they have been chosen to go with the brand new collection that we've got for you. And then, that's a lovely colour blue, isn't it?
Tea dress.
Oh, yes.
That is definitely an afternoon tea.
See, why not? We call it extra wide backing fabric. It's just extra wide fabric.
It's just extra wide. So for dressmakers, this is a much better choice of purchase because you've got that leeway. Trousers.
Yeah. Oh, yes. My wide leg trousers with a drawstring.
Yeah.
That would be fabulous.
Yeah. They would be awesome. Oh, really? If you're going to like a hen party or you go away with friends for the weekend and you just do the pyjama all day thing, which took me a while to get my head around. But you could make yourself a pair of really fancy pyjamas, couldn't you, in these?
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Tablecloths.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a massive piece of fabric, basically. Right, so that's the marine. That was the colour of the sky yesterday. Gorgeous.
Yes,
I don't know what it's like today.
Yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. This one's a really lovely colour. It's clay, and I think that's a very, those two together. It's a very elegant kind of taupe colour, this one.
It's a good all-rounder colour for any of your projects that you do, isn't it?
Because there are like taupey colours in.
Yeah, but it's a
one of
neutral.
those.
Great one for if you do any nursery or household quilts, where you don't know the person's colour palette.
Yeah.
And you've got a nice quilt, fancy quilt top. If you put a neutral colour on the back, then it works whatever their home is, doesn't it?
Okay, so that's your clay. And then this one, this is like a pale silvery clay. That is so pretty. So this one's called Silver Birch. Now remember, these are by the ½ metre, but they're almost 1.5 metres wide. It's a huge piece of fabric. In fact, no, it's bigger than that. 274 centimetres wide. So it's bigger than 1.5 metres. It's a massive piece of fabric. So extra wide for this one. And again, don't think just of backing fabric. Just think lots and lots of fabric. And it's Liberty. It's lots and lots and lots of Liberty fabric, which is crazy for the price, isn't it, for what you're actually getting. So that's your Silver Birch. And then very pretty, it matches the screen behind me, actually. Very pretty minty green with this one. This one's called Mermaid. I don't know why it's called Mermaid, but again, a very, very pretty, delicate, very summery kind of colour today. And then, now these ones, rich colours we're going to move on to next. So the blue is like a French navy. We're calling it Sapphire. Works, doesn't it?
Can you imagine a bag lining in that?
Oh, yes.
Wouldn't you be a talking point?
Oh, we could be able to make a few from that. Even if you just ordered ½ metre, I mean, that's your ½ metre length. That's a few huge bag linings you can make.
That's a lot of bags, yeah.
But yeah, that would be amazing. How much do you need to back this quilt? Remember.
So you'd need, it's about 1.5 metres if you pieced it. But
you
for
wouldn't piece that, would you?
that, you wouldn't need to piece. So you'd need 56, so
'Cause
1.5 metres, yeah. Because it's extra wide, yeah. So you get your length, so you'd need, because it's 45 wide, so you'd need 1.5 metres.
1.5?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you'd have leftovers to make something scrumptious. I was just thinking, the red and the blue would make amazing bunting for the VE Day celebrations coming up.
Yes.
And then you could use the silver in between, so you could get your red, white and blue. That would look
work.
real.
Yeah.
That would be insanely stand-out bunting, wouldn't it?
So this is the crimson.
Might have to do that.
So we've got the sapphire, the silver birch and the crimson all together for your red, white and blue bunting. So that's that one and that one and that one. Oh, hi, Alan. Did you ever work with Mike Berry? I can't... Oh, are you being served? No, I haven't worked with him, Stefano. That's a shame. No, what have we got? Sue's back from memory lane. Oh, back from memory lane. Very depressing. I want to go and wax the carpets and make the most of the best drying day.
Oh, don't tell me that, because I left too early to be able to do any washing.
We should call this one bubblegum.
Yeah, it should be. Hubba bubba.
We're calling it vintage pink, but this is one that set off the conversation about what kind of sweets you used to chew when you were a child. So yeah, that one's the vintage pink. That's the final one that we've got for you. So again, you've got a huge piece of that'd make a pretty dress, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be glorious.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean about these fabrics extra wides. If you're planning an occasion and you've got little girls to dress,
yeah,
or little boys, because you can make shirts from them, that would be a real standout talking point for the photographs, wouldn't it, as well?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got a few days. You might get it in time to do Easter outfits for it. You're working on Susie's timescale.
Have you got your bonnet made?
My bonnet? I have actually got a hat, yes.
Have you?
Yes, I have got a hat.
Anyway, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm making half square triangles again. But we're going to do the crossed floral cushion, which I think you've got a sample over there.
Yes. I've got 2 kits for you. So there's your cushion. Pretty, isn't it? That's really lovely. And we've got 2 choices. So you get your instructions, and then you've got your fabrics as well, which are these ones. 3, 4, 5. And your plain as well. And your instructions are included in this one too. So this one is called Spring Tones. So are these fat quarters?
Yes, 5 fat quarters and 1/2 metre of the plain.
Lovely. And again, because they're all the same size, you can have a play around with where you're going to position the different colours. But they are all Liberty, and they just coordinate beautifully. And then they've got the pale pink in the background of this one as well. I like the way you've bound that.
Do you? Thank you.
Yes, I do. Oh!
Yeah.
Should have turned it over earlier. We've got a pocket on the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's an envelope
No,
back.
it's an envelope back, but I've done it really deep so
Yeah.
that you can use it, because, as you know, I read a lot. So because it's got a deep pocket, I can put a book in it, so I don't lose my book. There isn't one in there at the moment because I've just finished my book last night. I've got my next one to start already.
So is that a 16-inch cushion pad?
No, it comes up big. It's a 20-inch
Oh, is that
cushion.
20? Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, it's a really nice big cushion. I like to do a mix of different size of cushions. When you've got a bed or a sofa that's got lots of cushions on them,
Yes.
I like them to be all different sizes.
Yeah.
But I also find that size cushion is good for outdoor furniture, because they tend to be wider because we're laid back in the sun.
Like we have loads of time to do that, don't we?
Yeah, loads of time. I actually transfer most of my sewing room outside when it's sunny. So my sewing machine goes outside, my iron, literally everything goes outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't waste a moment.
Right, 2 kits for you. So that one is the spring tones, and this one is warm tones. Let's move that one out of the way. So again, you've got your 5 fat quarters and your backing fabric, and they're all Liberty again, and your instructions, full instructions are included in there as well. Okay. You're just getting on with it over there, right?
No, it's all right. I've not cheated. I am going to show you what I'm doing. But there's 3 bits. So the cushion is the same sort of thing repeated 4 times, but you make up sections at once. So I thought we'd make up one section, because then I can show you, we can revisit half square triangles, but I can also show you how to do flying geese. The first thing you're going to need to do is decide which fabric is going to do what on the cushion, because that will denote how you cut them.
So what would you suggest? What's going to be your standout fabric?
So that varies. So I've made this for several of the collections for myself at home. And on one of them, I wanted for a flower shop, for example, I wanted the iconic Liberty in the middle here. And this was just a design. It didn't really denote anything. But for this one, I wanted the middle bit to be a sort of nothing other than a bright fabric. But I wanted these bits to be like flowers, like tulip type things. So I went for the green bits to go here, and a ditzy print here to reflect petals. And the background fabric was the one that had got, in this instance, it's this one where it's white and polka dotty, so it's going to blend into the background. So look at the fabrics you've got and decide what of the design you want to stand out. And what I do is just fold the fabric into position to see what works the best. So once you've cut everything, and don't be afraid, although I've suggested where you can do your backing panels, if you've got fabrics, because how often do you see the back of a cushion?
Yeah.
No. So if you've got fabric lying around that coordinates, use that and save your nice fabrics for other things.
Yeah.
Or make another cushion. So we're going to do half square triangles again. So we're going to quickly revisit that one. So it's a 1/4 inch line. I like to draw my sew lines, remember. Some people just draw a line and sew 1/4 inch either side. But I'm going to chain piece these. I have, again, been generous with the cutting so that you're not trying to be super... I mean, obviously, you need to be accurate with a 1/4 inch, but it doesn't matter. If you're a beginner, you can still do this and achieve the project without worry. If you slightly veered off the line, it's not the end of the world. There are no quilt police. We don't come around knocking on your door and checking you're doing it right, honestly. But by marking everything, I can then chain piece. So all I'm doing is sewing on that line.
Jenny says that we used to transfer the classroom to outside in good weather when she was at school.
Yeah.
No sunscreen in those days.
Yep. In fact, the school that my children went to, one of the things we fundraised for as a parent-teacher association was an outdoor classroom.
Oh.
Which they used for science, they used it for theatre because we put a staging in there, and yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah.
We used to tuck our skirts in our knickers and do handstands up against the railing.
Yeah. Or do you remember French skipping with elastic? Yeah.
In, out, in, on.
Yeah. That got banned in our school.
Really?
Yeah. 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 Our headmistress decided it wasn't suitable, so we weren't allowed to do it.
We used to have like a little hoop with a piece of string and a ball on the end.
Yes, Skippy.
Yeah, it was a what?
Was it called Skippy or Skipper?
Yeah. You put it around one ankle.
Yes.
And then
try and jump over
leg
it.
around and jump over. Yeah,
but in the process, you took out everybody round you, didn't you? So you used to go home with black ankles where you'd been hit by this thing. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember clackers being banned.
Yeah.
Well, a few broken fingers with those, I think.
Gosh, it's the things you remember. The things you remember. So I'm going to take those pins out. Can't save anything of this bit, I'm afraid, but what I can do, because they're all the same size, is I can stack them to cut them apart. And as before, we then press those open and we size them down. So I'll just do one because I've made some, or I have some I made earlier in true Blue Peter fashion. Do they still do that? I don't know if they do.
What do you enjoy sewing most?
What do I enjoy?
Yeah.
See, I love the design aspect, and then I love sewing for a gift, you know, to give, because I think the excitement of planning everything and getting it all coordinated and then gifting it is what I really like. Yeah, there's no project that I don't enjoy. But like we said earlier, it's nice sometimes with the Quilt As You Goes, for example, where I haven't got to think about the design. I can just get on and make. And that's I do enjoy, because that gives me headspace then to just enjoy the process.
Yeah.
I love experimenting with the fancy Nancy's because I mean, this machine, for example, has got, what, 450 stitches? And I've used, I don't know, 50 of them. But I'd love to just sit with calico and just stitch out them all, but I haven't got time.
Yeah.
One day I will. So we need some flying geese. So for these, we're going to take 2 squares and we're going to draw 1 diagonal line straight across them. And then we're going to position one of them. You can, when you do flying geese, you can only do one at a time, because otherwise you won't get the crossover where you need it to be. You'll end up with 2 half square triangles. So I'm going to position this with my diagonal line running from top left to bottom right, and I'm going to put a pin in. You could use a glue stick, the temporary 505 glue stick, which I have got here somewhere. Here we go. If you wanted to, you could put a dab on there, or your fabric glue, because we're going to cut that away. Again, if you want a really tiny, I don't know why I had to go really tiny, you could do your extra line and stitch across, but I'll do that when I get home. I won't do it here. But you're going to only do one of the squares. And then you're going to take the pin out, remove the excess fabric, so leave a seam allowance. You can just chop these with scissors if you wanted to. See, I'll save that bit for later because I haven't got enough fabric. And then press that corner out so it goes back to being the rectangle it was before. Then you're going to get your second square, and this time you're going to position it from top right to bottom left. So you can see you're going to get the 2 squares will have crossed, so which is why you can only do one at a time. Again, I'm going to pop a pin in and stitch along. And all of these you can chain piece, you don't have to do them one at a time. And then we're going to cut away our excess fabric. But I think cushions make a good gift as well to people. Especially with the envelope back, you can put a book in, or a box of chocolates, or whatever in there. So that is my flying geese unit made. So when you come to assemble your section, you need to do the flower head bit first and join those bits together. So I've gone ahead and made some of these already.
I'm not sure where that is on the cushion.
So that is what we're doing, is we are assembling this bit here, because you'll see we've got these big squares, so I can't do what we did with the quilt where we did all across the row. You've got to do this bit, this panel here first, join it to these squares, And if you make those units up, then the whole thing comes together quite easily.
Okay.
So we're going to put I always put everything in place so I know exactly how it should look. And then, she says, I won't get lost. I might, but I might not. So what we're aiming at is for it to look sort of like a tulip. It's a very stylised tulip. You have to live in Susie's head for it to be a tulip. But it's, whoops, that panel there that we're concentrating on, first of all. So we are going to join the two flying geese together. So because they're made in the same way, the only seam match is just make sure those folds there come together. And you can put a clip or a pin in, or if you want to wing it, you can also wing it. I'm going to make sure I'm on a 1/4 inch, which I am, and stitch those two together, or not, as the case is. There we go, we're off. And then these 4 need to join together, so I'll do them in pairs. Again, just make sure that those points, now because they're being pressed towards the dark side, they actually nest really well because the seams are running in opposite directions. Just make sure you've got the orientation of the blocks the right way round, otherwise you're going to be best friends with your unpicker, which we probably are anyway if we're sewers, to be fair.
You don't pin those then?
I don't, because I'm winging it for speed. But at home, I would have done, because I'd have done all of the block bits at the same time. So I'd have chain pieced all my flying geese units and all of these bits, and I would have pinned them. But because we're on a schedule, we don't. So these two will then come together. Now this time my seams are in the same direction. So you've got bulk here. So when I start sewing, I'm actually going to turn it so I'm starting at the thinnest end, the end with the least amount of bulk and seams, because that way my machine isn't going to shout at me.
Are you self-taught?
The majority of it, yeah. I mean, I do a lot of research. As you can imagine, I'm a bit of a book and backstory, back room person. So I do a lot of research and practice as well. But yeah, my mother's side were all sewers, tailors. So some of it came from that, although my mum would say that I was never good at sewing when I was little. I was too busy out in the garden finding animals and bugs and yeah, so bit of both. But I love playing around, and for me, I mean, I love origami and paper folding, so what I can do with paper, I like to try and do with fabric as well. So when you come to join these flower heads, you've just got that central seam that needs matching. So here I would bring them two together, and I've pressed my seams open to make that job easier. I'm just going to grab a clip.
Just got about a minute left.
Yeah, so those would then come together, stitch those across, and then once you've got those sections, you can then add your big squares on the side. So that would make that row and this row, and then you'd put a unit either side of your central piece that you've brought together. And yeah, the whole thing comes together. Choose your border and some binding and put a backing on.
Fabulous.
I use my scraps to make a scrappy backing.
When are you back again, Susan?
I'm back on, what month are we in? April. 30th of April, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of weeks.
I can keep you busy those couple
Yeah,
of weeks.
I'm sure you can, you know. Thank you.
And remember, we do have the kits for 2 different styles of the cushion cover. If you have a look on the website now, there's the kits for the quilt that was behind Susie, there's the kits for the cushion covers, and we do have the Liberty fabrics that we launched earlier on today as well, and the extra wide backing fabrics, which are all Liberty, which are brand new for you in this hour as well. So it's been quite a fabulous morning. Now, after the break, we're looking at storage for crafts, so we've got a couple of hours with Jo. So when you've bought all of this beautiful fabric, and if you've got your half-finished projects, we've got places for you to keep everything nice and neat and organised. And price-wise, we're going to be crushing those. I'll see you in a minute.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Hi there, welcome back again. Now for the next couple of hours, it's myself and Jo, very colour coordinated.
Yeah, got the memo.
Got the memo for this one. Talking about storage solutions for you, keeping you organised with storage for crafts. First of all, tell us a little bit about you and the company.
So I came into crafting a little bit by mistake, if you like. I wasn't a crafter, but my mum and mother-in-law are. So I went along to a craft show to carry the bags, and they persuaded me to make Christmas cards. So you buy the glitter, the embossing powder and everything else, and then before you know it, the dining table had vanished. And my mum had tried to get me into doing a bit of sewing, which I had. And you keep buying and buying, and I needed somewhere to put it. So Kevin, my husband, was making bedroom furniture at the time. He made me our 130 tower. That's where everything lived. And then I kept going, and now we have a wonderful range.
And that's 20 years later?
20 years later, yeah.
Amazing. So what you're looking at the moment, you might think is, so that's a dinky little wardrobe.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a TARDIS, actually, isn't it?
It is. I call mine my crafty TARDIS.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see why.
Should we have a look why?
Let's have a look, yeah.
Right. Oh, are you ready? So this is the Lidford, I'm calling this one. So that opens up all the way out, does it?
It does. And then you've got a wide range of boxes and trays, and they all come included.
Okay.
So you haven't got to worry about getting the right boxes to fit on the shelves. That's the fun bit that I like doing. And then you've got a range of A3, 12 by 12, A4 size boxes in this one. We've put a thread rack in there, and lots of little trays for the little bits that we all accumulate as well.
Oh, this is so handy.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got even drawers at the moment that you can't see inside and things just get piled up, or baskets, I tend to keep a lot of things in, but again, you can't see what's in the bottom of them.
No, you
So
can't.
everything goes in there neatly, and then it's all over the place when you try
And
to
you have
find
a good
something
old rummage.
that's probably not in there
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
So that initially is a great storage area, isn't it, for your threads, for your little bits and bobs, for your scissors, for your cutters. But do you know what would be nice? If I could actually sit and sew in this area as well.
Yeah, we've got you covered. We've actually created like an L-shaped work area. So you've got one desk space here.
Oh, that sounded sturdy.
It's nice and solid.
Yes.
Yep. And then you've got the space in here that most sewing machines will fit in. Obviously not the big embroidery ones. They're not quite long enough, the space. We have put a hole at the back as well, so you can bring your cables through. So you haven't got those trailing. Yeah, I actually put a 4-bar on the back, and then everything is just left plugged in. And all I have to do is play. And then, to give you a little bit of extra space, or that ironing board, another table. And then shelves are removable, so you could put an overlocker in here if you wanted to. But you've got lots of space to work, cut out, to iron while you're playing.
So do you know what footprint it is while it's out? I'm just trying to think in my room that I've got. I know I've got the room when it's all folded away, but when it's all
Essentially,
open.
when it's all closed up, the easiest way I remember it is when it's all closed, it's just under 3 foot square.
Right.
And then when it's fully open, I allow 6 foot because you've got the arcs on the doors.
Yeah.
It doesn't come out quite 6 foot, obviously, because of the table not being quite that long. But if you go by that, you've got enough space.
So I think I'd have a cutting mat there, or maybe I'd have my little ironing mat there. Maybe both.
Yeah.
And then this is going to be the area that I sew. But remember, when this folds away, I can still keep my sewing machine in there.
You can
It doesn't
still
fold into the cupboard.
So I found that I sew more since we started making these because my sewing machine is out.
Yeah.
Previously, I kept it in the box on the floor, and then it was like I have to lift it up. I've got to find the power cable and everything else. Whereas now, it's because it is all plugged in. It's just a case of just pull it forward.
Do you know, that's so useful as well for those of you that don't have the strength to lift your sewing machine.
This is it, because they're weighty pieces.
Yes. So if you're sewing on the dining table at the moment and you're lifting that up and putting it down and getting it out and putting it back, if you've got a sewing machine mat underneath it, you can literally slide it out and slide it back in again.
This is it, exactly. And also, I found that it protects it from the dog and the cat who used to like playing with it. The amount of leads I lost, courtesy of the dog when he was a puppy. But now it's all plugged in. I can keep my foot away in a box. I've got all the bits that go with it, like my embroidery hoops and things are all stacked nearby. I've got no excuse not to use anything because it's all there.
So how does it come to me?
It does come flat packed. Unfortunately, I can't ship it assembled. I'd love to be able to, but you can't realistically. But if you can do IKEA, you can build this.
Okay.
Kevin designed them so I could do them. I was never a fan of flat pack furniture. I can now build them quite easily. And all you need is a Phillips screwdriver. So you don't need lots of tools, you don't need a hammer. The back isn't a piece of plyboard that you have on most flat pack furniture. It's the same material all the way through. So it's nice and solid. I would allow an hour and a half to build one of these.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
And you're saying you choose where you put the shelves on there as well?
Yeah, the shelves we've set like this for the box kit.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you don't want to put these boxes in here, you don't need to. You could take this shelf out and you could put lever arch files in there if you wanted to with your patterns in. You know, you can customise it a little bit.
Now, what if I really, really, really don't want to assemble it myself? Can you help me?
Yeah, we can come and put it together for you. That is an extra charge, and it's something we can talk about once we start sending out emails. We can just send you a link to the website where you can do that. We don't go into sort of Scotland further than Edinburgh, Glasgow. If you draw a line there, that's as far north as we can go. We do have other guys in the area who can put our furniture together, so if you are north of that, we can point you in their direction. And likewise with assembly, we don't offer that service ourselves in sort of Ireland, Southern Ireland, any crossing water, so not the Channel Islands or anything like that, but we have people that I can point you in the right direction to.
And when will I expect delivery?
So if you're going to put it together yourself, you're looking at 7 weeks at the moment. And if it's assembly, you're looking at more sort of 8 to 10, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've got different colours as well.
Yeah.
So if there's 3 colours, if you have a look on the website, on Sewing Street's website, you'll see all of the different colours that I have available. We have got samples in different pieces of furniture in the studio, so you can get an idea of what they actually look like. But you'll get a drop-down menu there, and then you can choose the colour that you want to go for as well. We are down to single figures on every single colour that we have for you. Right. I said something about a price. Do you know, I've not done this before. We didn't used to do price crashes when I was there 5 years ago, so I don't really know what I'm doing, but apparently we're going to crash the price. We've got a deal for you.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what happens. So apparently it's not going to be 2,365. It's going... can you just repeat that? It's 1,892. That's a big saving.
It is, yeah.
That's a very big saving. And we can split the payments for you as well, so you don't need to pay that all in one go. We can split that into payments of £378 and 40 pence. And that's all you need to pay today. And that's going to be interest-free as well. So that is an incredible deal. And you know, it's like the ultimate, this, isn't it? And look how stylish it looks, but to keep yourself organised and see where all your bits and bobs are, and have them all around you. And it's not just for sewers, this, is it? If you're a paper crafter, that's going to be great.
It is. It's for any crafter, because I do well, pretty much anything. I will try anything and then buy the bits to go with it. So there's space for papers, there's space for patterns, there's space for beads, all your little notions that go with everything as well. You've got plenty of space for different machines, because you can fit scan and cuts in here as well. You've got space underneath the table. If you've got die cutting machine, that would fit in there quite nicely. So underneath the table, you can quite easily pop a scan and cut there. You've got space for sewing machines, you know, overlockers. Or if you're into graphic art, maybe you do computer designing, you can put a screen in there if you wanted to.
Yes, of course.
And the top's not that high that you couldn't put a printer on there if you needed to.
Yeah.
So you can still access that too.
I'm thinking as well in children's bedrooms, students' bedrooms that maybe don't have very much space at all. What a great place to, you know, to keep them organised and sit and do your homework here.
Yeah.
You know, it's when it's open like, I don't think I'd ever put it away, to be honest, but when it's open like this, you've got such a massive amount of storage area. But if you're short on space, and let's face it, modern living, most of us are, make the mess, have it all over the place when you're actually working, but it's so easy to just fold everything away and then it's gone. So if you're having visitors or people to stay, or maybe this is in your spare room and your visitors are going to stay in there, then it just looks like a wardrobe. I've had a message from Tracy in Surrey. She says, hi, my wheelchair is 75 centimetres high and 55 centimetres wide, both at the top of the arms. Will it fit under the table?
It should do. We haven't had any problems with that in previously, but if we grab a tape measure.
This is Ben, if you haven't met him before.
So
Ben's our producer.
Is exactly pretty much there. So if your seat is lower,
Yep.
which it will be,
Mhm.
then that's fine. 55 was it?
It was, yeah.
55. Oh yeah, easy.
Easy, yeah.
Easy, lovely.
Lovely.
Ideal.
Go and play with your Tonka now. So yeah, if you've got any more questions, do come and ask them. If you've already got your unit, we'd love to hear from you as well. Where have you put it? How have you found it? What do you actually use it for as well? If you want any more measurements, then that's absolutely fine. The most popular option has been the Devon Oak, which we've kind of wheeled that in. We have got a sample of something that we're going to show you later on, but that's the Devon Oak,
That's
isn't
the
it?
Devon Oak, yeah. So it's a nice warm base colour, but it's got the nice markings on there as well of the knots and bits and pieces. And if you run your hand over it, it does feel slightly textured. So
It does, doesn't it?
It does feel almost like real wood.
Yeah. So that's the Devon Oak, and the other colour would be
the vanilla,
cashmere, which is
Yeah.
the one.
So if you've got a more sort of modern, maybe vanilla would work quite well. If it's a dark room, vanilla is usually quite a good one, especially in our workstations, because by the time you've added a little light in there as well, it's going to reflect the light
of course
that much better as well. So you've suddenly got a lot more light to work in.
Lovely. So, okay, so we've got a fantastic price. And, you know, I was quite surprised when we were prepping earlier on that you get all of these boxes. I thought you were just showing what you could actually store on the shelves, not you get all of those.
You get them all as well. I think because I'm a crafter and I've got bits and pieces, I know the sizes that most people want and where they would find the most useful to have. So the bigger boxes for bulkier things are sort of tucked out of the way slightly. Boxes that are smaller that you could put the bits in you use most are more accessible. You know, you've got trays down the side there, which could be your sort of ongoing projects perhaps. I mean, I have one set up as a beading tray. I've got a bead mat in the bottom, so that's ready to go. And if you also add in a bit of mixed media, you could do that in those quite easily. All of these can go in dishwashers as well, because I've discovered that. You can clean them, write on them and clean them with ordinary sort of sprays and abrasive cleaners, so you can label them too.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing idea. I love to be organised. It makes your crafting quicker because everything is accessible. You can see where they are. It helps to prevent you buying things twice because you can't find, because you're going to find it the day that you buy a secondary one, aren't you?
Yeah.
But yeah, I just love the way that you can see everything here. And the way that, should we shut it away again?
Let's close it.
Just shuts away. It's really easy.
It is. So it's not big in your room. As you said, you know, houses are getting smaller, so we haven't got lots of space to have wonderful, great storage units. So the flexibility of having it open and working or closed and away is important.
I mean, if it closed away to that's pretty special, but it actually closes away too.
So in your spare room, they are going to think that's just a nice little wardrobe tucked in the corner, perhaps. And given the height of it as well, it will fit into most loft spaces. Because as a crafter, I know we often get put in either the smallest bedroom or we get put in the attic. So it's not going to encroach on too many eaves. You should get this in the centre quite easily.
It's just so nice to put everything away like that, because like I said, a lot of us just don't have the space at all. If you're lucky enough to have that huge room and everything be left out, then that's great. But this is a nice way of keeping everything together. But I love the way that you can keep your sewing machine in there as well. There's no heavy lifting it up, and you just open the doors, basically, don't you?
This is it, and it's just there. So you're not spending 10 minutes looking for that thread that you bought at the NEC a couple of weeks ago. It's on your thread rack ready to go. You know, the foot that you bought is there in the box with everything else, you know.
It's your craft room in a box.
It is a craft room in a box, yeah.
Absolutely. So we've taken the price down. Remember, you've got your 5 flexi payments on this, so all you need to pay is £378 a month. First payment will be taken off your credit or debit card right now when you place your order. That won't, you don't have to wait until you've made all the payments before this is going to be sent out to you. That's irrelevant. And then the other payments will be automatically taken off your card in monthly increments with no interest charge. So you'll have it, you'll love it, you'll use it before you've even finished paying for it.
Yes. Exactly. But the other good thing is, because we do make everything to order, if you see this and you think that's an amazing price, but I can't take delivery until the end of the summer because I'm having a conservatory built, you know, I'm going on holiday, we can just delay delivery.
That is a really good
So-
idea. So you can make the most of the prices that we've got for you now.
Yeah.
But even if you don't want it till Christmas,
we can do it then as well, yeah. So I mean, we tend to build everything through the production line about 3 weeks before we ship it. That's, so as long as you give us about 3-4 weeks notice to when you want it, then that's fine.
So where are you based?
We're in North Devon, which is when most of the names come from. Of all of our units, they're all named after beaches or National Trust places or villages that we visit a lot. If you look on a map, you'll spot them all.
Oh, because you were saying that you're intending to travel around all these places and take photos.
I am, yeah.
I'm just thinking, what's this one called again? Lidford.
Lidford,
Do
yeah.
you live in Lidford? Have you got any pictures of Lidford that you can send us?
There's a really gorgeous gorge there. It's
Is there?
beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, oh, lovely. Let's open it up again.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I fancy doing a bit of sewing. So let's open up the drawers wide. My sewing machine's already in there. My the overlocker is all ready to go as well. You've got your little O-ling in the back so you can plug it in. The cashmere, by the way, is limited stock now, so not very many of those left. So that will go to red on the bottom of your screen in just a second. And there, all I need to do is pull up my chair and I'm ready to go.
This is it. It's really quick. So if you have only got half an hour in between picking the kids up from school or cooking dinner and getting home from work, you've got that full half an hour to sew, to craft, because you're not running around looking for things.
Yeah.
It's just
and it's
play.
easy. Oh, and you heard that when it opened. It's a proper twang. It's solid, but it's easy.
It is very easy. There's just 2 buttons on the end of the hinge. Unfortunately, we can't get the angle on the camera, so I can't show you. And it is just really easy to just lift those up and then just walk it in.
The Devon Oaks, limited stock as well now. So that means we don't have very many of those left either. Over 90% of the stock sold out of that one. Now remember, all of the trays and the boxes are included.
Yep.
You can choose where you put the shelves at the side. There's more under here as well. There's more underneath the table.
Yep.
There's loads.
There's absolutely loads. So it doesn't matter what sort of crafting you do, there is a box for you. I mean, there's a nice big box down the bottom there for wadding, for fleece, that kind of thing. But it does also have space to put hanging files. So if you wanted to put your instructions in there,
Yes.
your patterns, that would work quite well. As I said before, you can move this shelf out and put another sewing machine under there if you wanted to, because I know for a fact that most sewers have got more than one, myself included.
I like the way as well, it might sound silly, that all of the boxes are on shelves. They're not stocked on top of each other.
No.
Because if you want something in the bottom, then you've got to drag everything out and take it all to pieces.
Yep.
But these are like drawers in their own right, aren't they?
They are. They're really easy. And you don't have to keep the lids on them. You can pop them over so they are sort of more open. And then pop it back in if you wanted to. So if they're going to be things you're accessing all the time, like your yarn, or overlocker cones, things like that, you could leave them like that if you wanted to.
Yeah. Lovely. And these are really nice quality as well.
They are. These are UK made as well. They're nice and strong.
Yeah.
And they've all got like a diamond pattern to give it a little bit more rigidity.
Strong, yes.
Yeah. And then you've got the corners are all sort of reinforced as well. And you get a nice volumetric measure on the top. I really ought to measure how much weight they will take, but I've got one at home, one like this, filled with metal punches for my paper crafting, and it's not bowed the box at all, so it's a bit of an idea of what you can put in there.
And I'm talking about weight-wise, when I've got
Yep.
my machine on here, I've got quite a heavy machine, and then I've got my green machine, which is quite a heavy thing, and I use a lot of force with it.
Yeah.
Will it withstand that kind of weight?
Yes, yes, they do. I mean, we haven't had any problems at all with anything like that in the years that we've been making furniture. I do try and have some machines at home, and obviously they come home and I play with them in bits, and I've not had any problems with the vibration or anything like that, or weight on them. In fact, one of the lads in the warehouse, he's a big rugby player, ex-Marine, he sits on the tables to make sure that they withstand, and they're fine.
Is that why you employed him? Okay. We'll keep you posted on the stock that we've got left of them. Remember, we've got 2 colours that are now limited stock, but we do have more to show you. So I think we're going to pack this one away and have a little bit of a rearrange for now, and we'll be back with you in just a second.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Right, so we're going to move on to the Lapford.
Yep.
Which we do have in the same colour. All the furniture's come in the same colours if you wanted to coordinate your room, don't they?
Yes, very much.
Okay. But before we get started, we're going to show you the price because we're going to do it again. We're just going to do it again. It should be 572. Oh, it's down to 572. It should be 715. So 715 down to £572 for that one. Is that just for today, Ben? Is that just because? Just for today? Is that because I'm here? That's until midnight tonight. So if you're going to place your orders for any of these, then please do it before then. And we do have split payments. There's 4 on this one as well, of £143 a month for this one. So, and we're down to single figures for this one already. Whoa. On all of them, on all of the colours that we have for you as well. Gosh, that's busy. So talk us through what we've got.
So this is a nice sort of sideboard size piece. Yeah. So if you do craft in the dining room, you know, this might not look that out of place. But you've got 2 sizes of boxes in this one. You've got A4 down either side. You've got some of the shallower and the deeper boxes. But in the middle, we've put 4 of the 12 by 12 ones. Because sometimes they're quite useful to have that size. So if you're a quilter, blocks fit in there perfectly. Although they are supposed to be 12 by 12, they're more like 12 by 13. So they're a nice, comfortable size when you're working. And then above those, you've got a nice space in the centre that you can fit a machine in if you need to.
Yeah.
Or lever arch files, box files, books, you know, that sort of thing. So you've got space to put everything in this one.
Do you build the unit around the boxes or have the boxes made to fit the unit?
Usually it's, I've got that space in my craft room, what can I fill with? And Kevin doesn't like it when I move things around or I buy a new machine or something like that, because if it doesn't fit, then we have to completely rechange everything, which is what happened with the Knight's Haze. We changed that last year because I wanted to tweak it a little bit and I wanted to add the pull-out door and things like that. So they're going to change, yeah.
So it'd be nice to have this somewhere around your big unit so that you can reach things without having to move too far, wouldn't it?
It would, and they're all on wheels, so you can move them over, especially the smaller towers. I tend to do that. I tend to wheel those over to where I'm working. But what I like about this one is the height of it does mean that I can have a cutting mat on here and work at it quite comfortably because it's not that high. It is about 1 metre high. So,
and it's not too wide. So again, when we're thinking about saving space in your rooms.
Yeah, this is it. And what I also do with mine is I use the outside. So with my cutting mats and my quilting rulers and things like that, because they've all got little hanging tags. Kevin really likes it. I put hooks on the side of my units, but it means everything is there. They're not, especially my mats, so I'm not going to get bent or anything like that. Yeah. They stay nice and flat. And on the taller pieces, I can hang my yardstick, which is one I would frequently lose. But now I know where it is all the time.
Do you know what I'd like? 2 of these back to back.
be nice.
Nice big cutting table on the middle.
Yeah.
So yes, so it's like an island in your craft room. I mean, you obviously need the space for it, but wouldn't that be really
That'd
useful?
Be amazing, yeah.
Yeah, I love
That'd be
that
really
idea.
pretty, yeah.
Or could have 4.
Yeah, that would work too.
In my west wing,
Yeah.
that would take up an awful lot of space. But again, you've got so much storage. Love the way that they're all clear. You can see inside them. You know where everything is. You're not having to rummage through things. All sitting on shelves, not on top of each other.
They are. They're all on individual shelves, which are easy to move if you want to. And what Kevin has done is he's put little sort of knockouts on them.
Oh yeah.
Nodges on them, so that the pegs actually sit inside those. So as you pull the box out, the shelf is going to stay locked in, because sometimes if you've got weight in the box, what I found frustrating is the shelf would come with it sometimes if it's just on little shelf pegs. But because they lock in, the box isn't going to go anywhere at all. So your books are fine and everything, and it just sits nice and neat.
And I love the way you're saying about the backs being solid on this as well.
Yeah, it's the same material all the way round.
Can we spin it?
Yeah, we can. And the stuff we use is the same as your kitchens and bathrooms. So it's melamine face chipboard, but this is 18 mil thick as opposed to standard 15, which most kitchens and bathrooms are. So it's a little bit sturdier.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice and rigid. And because you know it works in kitchens and bathrooms, it's going to be okay in your conservatory. It's going to be okay in the shed, in the garage.
Yeah.
Fluctuations in temperature aren't going to matter to it. Getting it wet, moisture isn't going to affect it either.
Oh wow.
Because your bathrooms get wet, don't they? And this is absolutely fine.
But I love this idea. We've got quite a few shelving units in my office, which look beautiful from the front, and they've all got is MDF, and you just nail it in.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that is keeping them from going wobbling.
This is it. And if you try and move it, it can twist.
Yes, and they split.
They split, the shelves can fall down, and then they lean. And the last thing you want is when you've got a craft room, I mean, crafting isn't a 5-minute hobby. Once you start, you're in.
Yeah.
So your furniture's got to last that long. So having a solid back means you are going to take these from house to house. You can take it from room to room, and they're going to last forever. My mum, bless her, has still got pieces that we made 20 years ago.
Really?
Prototypes.
Spin it back round.
Yeah.
But that's what you want. It is an investment. You don't want something that's going to be twisting and splitting and falling to pieces within a few years.
No.
And particularly, and you know, we're saying about crafting for sewing, and yes, that's what they've been designed to be used for. But if this is in a kid's bedroom, it's going to take some hammering.
It is. Yeah, I mean, my kids had these in their rooms when they were little, and we all know what kids are like. They don't put things in gently. They like to throw things about. I did catch my son using it as a climbing frame at one point, and it was absolutely fine. But it takes a knocks. You know, my daughter used to write on her. She used to draw cartoons and bits and pieces, and then you just get the abrasive cleaner and scrub it off, start again.
Yeah, really, really useful. Remember, we've got 3 colours for you to choose from. Which everything matters. Everything that we've got for you in the show is available in 3 colours. So this one is the vanilla.
Yep.
That's the cashmere. And then we've got the Devon Oak as well. So let's have a look through everything we've got available, and then you can have a look through all of the different colour options that we have for you as well. So I'm wheeling that in. So that's the Devon Oak.
That's the Devon Oak, yes.
So Devon Oak, vanilla, and
the cashmere.
The cashmere. So all available in all of those 3 different colours. This is really useful. This is where it all started, isn't it?
That's the first piece Kevin ever made me, because I just had the dining room. I didn't have the luxury of a craft room at that point. And what's great about this piece is the footprint is just over an A4 piece of paper.
Oh.
So if you can put an A4 piece of paper on the floor, allow sort of a seam of about 1 inch around it, that's where this is going to fit. So behind the door, next to your chair, that little alcove bit that you just dump stuff in because you don't know what else to put in it, that's where this is going to fit. And you've got 10 boxes in there as well, so you're really going to be able to organise your ongoing projects. You know, you might get ahead and cut your pattern pieces. You can put it in a box and keep it safe. You know, I find my little tower invaluable, really. It goes everywhere.
And again, it's not just for crafting. I'd love something like this maybe in a laundry room.
Yeah, be perfect, yeah.
Keep all of your bits and bobs in there. In a bedroom, definitely. In your home office would work really well. Again, in a child's bedroom to keep all, you know, homework or even your socks and underwear organised.
Exactly.
This is the most affordable piece that we've got for you. We do have split payments for you as well. at just £79. It's £319. Do the wheels lock on this one?
There will be a 2 on there that should lock.
Right.
But once everything's filled, you will find that they're heavier to move.
Yeah.
On laminate flooring like we've got in here and vinyl flooring, they move really easily. Obviously, thicker carpet, they are going to be a little bit harder to move. Not that I know many craft rooms that have nice thick carpet. But if you're worried, I would put down one of those, those office chair mats.
Yes,
that would be a good idea to have maybe underneath the big workstations, because you've got your wheelie chair perhaps.
Yeah.
And then also if you drop any pins, they'll be a lot easier to see.
Yes. I think I've got the 3 colours for you available in that one as well. So that's £79 a month for 4 payments for that one. I'm thinking either side the fireplace.
That would work nicely.
Or if you've got a gap somewhere that it'll slip into, because like you said, the footprint's really small.
It is really small. I mean, it doesn't need to be right near where you're working either. You could have your desk underneath the window perhaps and looking out the garden, and this could be on the wall opposite.
Yeah.
But because it's on wheels and easy to move, you can just bring it closer when you're working.
Yes.
And then potentially it's your desk tidy on wheels. So what would normally be all over your desk that you need to have to hand could be in each box.
Yeah.
So you've got more work area then.
I find that with my cutting table. I've got quite a big cutting table, that things get piled up on it. I know where everything is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's encroaching on the room that I've got to cut. So my huge cutting mat ends up being an area about this big.
And I think we're all the same.
Yeah, but I like it there because I like to see where it is and I like to keep it organised.
Yeah.
Because if it goes in a cupboard,
I'm
just going to lose it. But this is a fantastic idea. Maybe under the stairs, if it fit under there. Morning, says Janie in Suffolk. Hello, how are you today? She said, I bought 2 of the 130 Insta, that's this one, isn't it?
One, yep.
And it was really easy to do and very sturdy. Again, you've got that solid back on it.
It is, yeah. So it isn't going to twist when you're moving it around.
Yeah.
It's not going to start doing that weave either. So the shelves are going to stay in place.
Yeah.
And when you put your boxes in, you can do it with a little bit more force than perhaps we do here. And the back isn't going to go flying off. It's going to stay safe. It's going to be good for at least 20 years. My mum's are, and they're still going well.
What does she use it for? Is it craft things?
All crafting, yeah. We kitted out her sewing room for her birthday a couple of years ago, so it does all now match. It is all now the same colour. And the pieces that we took out, my nephews have now got. And they are 11 and 9, so they're being used to their full potential again.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just keep going.
Devon Oak's really, really popular. We're very limited on the Devon Oak. In fact, we've got 4 left. So if you wanted to go for that one, then I should check out your basket rather quickly. All you need to pay today is £79 and on your split pay. So you've got 4 payments of £79. That's all you need to pay today. Now, I've got a couple more units to show you. So we're going to have a quick break so we can rejig the studio. We'll see you in a minute.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
So we've got a couple more units to show you. This one looks like one altogether, doesn't it? This is the Marwood.
The Marwood, yes.
Okay, the Marwood 100, this one. What's the 100?
The height, it's a metre.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Again, we've got reduced prices on everything that we've got for you in the show today. We've got 4 split payments of £121 if you want to go for this one. So give us a quick overview.
So this is...
Oh, sorry. We've taken that price down again. We've done it again. So you're not going to pay that price. You're going to be paying £388 with 4 split payments of £97. Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So this is our nice little twin tower, if you like. It's just over a metre high, so a good work height. But you've got lots of nice boxes inside. You've got 8 of the sort of smallest, shallowest A4 boxes and 6 of the deeper ones. So you can organise your threads, your embellishments, your notions, that sort of thing. Or take them out and put your books in there, your patterns, that sort of thing. Yeah. But it's easy to move around if you want to.
So again, it's on wheels?
It's on wheels, yeah.
Solid back. Easy to move.
Yeah.
You can see inside them. I just think there's so many key points when I'm looking at this thinking I could so use some of these in my sewing room.
Yeah, you're not going to spend ages going through all your boxes because they're nice and transparent. You can label them and that looks so satisfying. But I haven't got round to doing that yet. But you can really organise and compartmentalise everything so it's to hand.
So when at the moment, where do you keep your stuff? Where do you keep all of your threads and you say your overlock of threads, maybe things that you don't use quite so often or things that you want right to hand all the time?
Yeah.
It could be the different colours of fabrics that you've got. If you're again, if you're quilting, if you're doing patchwork, then you've got all of the different colours you can have in the different drawers. Keep your blocks in that. It's endless, isn't it? The possibilities.
It is, and then it's easy when you want to use it. You know where it is. Yeah. So if you've got an empty box, you can fill that with the goodies you get at Festival of Quilts, perhaps. Yeah. But then you know exactly where it is when you want to use it.
Yeah. So when I've got some very pretty baskets on shelves in the sewing room.
Yeah.
No idea what's in them.
Oh gosh.
Too high up, really, for me to. I mean, they look nice, but practical. I'd rather have something like those.
Yeah, and it does make them easy to use because there's no twisting or anything like that. The clasps on them are really easy to use. So if you are perhaps suffering a little bit with arthritis, a little bit of dexterity issues, you haven't got any little small pieces to try and unscrew.
Yeah.
And equally, you don't have to keep the lid on it. You can take the lid off and then just have them as drawers if you wanted to.
And this is self-assembly again, is it?
Self-assembly again, yes. I have got a video of me building one of these towers, which I really must get on our website so you can see it. But this one took me just over half an hour to build.
Oh, really? That's all?
Yeah.
And remember, they're good and solid and sturdy, which means that they're going to be long-lasting as well. And the most popular one, is the vanilla. I wonder how are you going to coordinate this with your room? I don't know where you're going to put it and what you're going to use it for, or if you've got some already. I think a lot of you will be going for this as well as this. Should we get the pricing? Because you're going to do it again, aren't you, Ben? You're going to do it again. Okay, so your price for this one is £419, but it's not. It's £335. These are big savings you're making today, big savings. And we've got 4 flexi payments or split payments of £83 a month. Thank you for doing that. There's massive savings that you've given us here. Really appreciate it.
We try and do something every time we come on.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because storage is something we all need as crafters.
Yeah.
I know, otherwise you get frustrated, you can't find things, or when you do find it, it's broken, or it's not all there if it's part of a kit. So the last thing you want is to get frustrated, because then if you're like me, you then think, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Whereas if you can put it all in a box and keep it all together, when you've got half an hour, you can just open up the box and there it all is, yeah.
So this one's got bigger boxes, hasn't it?
This one has got bigger boxes. You've got 8 of the 12 by 12 in this one, or they're slightly bigger. That one has got a piece of 12 by 12 card in it, so you can see the size difference. Blocks is perfect for.
Yes.
Absolutely great for those. And I did discover it's perfect for charm packs, and it's the right depth for a jelly roll as well.
Oh, lovely.
I was playing around with sorting mine out the other day.
And they're the same height, so
They are.
if you do want to go for both of them together, then they work.
They work really well. In fact, all of our towers are all the same depth. They're all 42 centimetres deep. So if you've got any of the other ones, you're not going to have that little overhang or, you know, where it doesn't look nice and smooth. They're all going to line up nicely against the room.
And again, you could back-to-back them, couldn't you?
You could quite easily back-to-back them if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You could get a little bracket from the hardware store just to make sure they're nice and solid. But then, as you say, a nice big cutting mat on there. Away you go.
Yeah, that would be absolutely perfect for me. I don't know about you. So again, price-wise at £83 a month, I just think for your storage, it's not a luxury, is it? It's a necessity.
It is. It's definitely a need as you're a crafter.
And it not just keeps you organised, keeps things clean, keeps things dust-free. You know where everything is. It's not taking over the whole of the room. We do tend to take over the whole of the room.
Yeah.
Don't we?
We do.
Yeah. Where it is sewing at the moment, if it is on the dining table, you're in the dining room, so you've probably just got stuff all over the place, which you've then got to clear away instead of just popping them inside a really handy a chest of drawers, basically, isn't it?
It is really, yeah, but with the added flexibility of with it being in a box this time of year, if you wanted to, you could take a hand sewing kit outside.
Yeah.
But everything is in the box ready to go. You may have your scissors in there, you might have your threads and your needles.
Yeah.
You can go and sit outside and enjoy this wonderful weather while we've still got it. And so.
What's it like today?
It looked quite nice when I came in here.
Was
Yeah,
it?
I'm hoping it's going to be quite nice on the drive home. Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Windows open on the way back.
Exactly.
Definitely. But again, really useful but stylish storage as well. We've still got the same 3 colours available for you. So really low price. Oh, the Devon Oak's been the most popular in this one. Ah.
Interesting. It's always fun to see what colours are going to go.
Yes.
Because when we do shows at like the NEC or at Exeter, they tend to go for the unit and the colour that it's on the stand.
Yeah.
But here you just can never gauge. I think people add to their collections.
Yes. So how many pieces do you actually have altogether in your collection?
I haven't actually counted because the towers come in 3 widths and 5 heights.
Okay.
And then there's different box kits in them on our website. And then we've got 4 workstations. So we're probably looking at anywhere up to about 40 different styles.
Well,
and there's the craft tables as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
2 types of craft tables, sitting, standing height. So there is something for everyone, yeah.
Gosh. And you've been going for 20 years?
20 years next month, yeah. Yeah, we're planning birthday celebrations at the moment.
Oh, we're going to come here with some more special offers?
We are going to be here actually on our birthday, yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Which will be fun, yeah.
I should be watching that one, definitely. Okay, that's... Oh, no, that is everything that we've seen for this hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really busy for this one. So all of your prices have now been reduced, so have a look on the website and you can take a look at everything that we have for you if you just joined us. All of the different colours that we've got, those will be in a drop-down menu and those lower prices that we have for you as well. The Marwood 100, this has been really popular in this show as well. The Devon Oak is now caught up with the vanilla. So those are selling both at the same time. I think a lot of you are multi-buying different items.
Yes, yeah, we do notice that because when we get the orders come through, you know, they might go for a tower, especially the 130s, they're always really popular. But when we have the other sizes as well, because they work so well together, you do often find that they've gone for the taller one and a shorter one, maybe to go under the stairs or to go in the eaves, because you're going to get a nice gradient effect, which is nice.
Yeah. Or if it's about time that you organise your sewing area or your crafting area, because it's not just about sewing, is it? Just imagine what your room's going to look like. You know, when you see on Pinterest and places like that, ideal sewing rooms or ideal crafting rooms, it's, oh, I wish I had a room that looked like that.
Yeah, you get photo jealousy, don't you?
Yes, yes. Well, maybe you can, maybe you can. But the nice thing with all of these units is that you can integrate them with furniture that you've already got. So if it is your dining room or if it is your spare bedroom, then it's not taking over the whole room. We've got 17 of these in baskets. Is that? Oh, but we don't know which colours they are. But overall, we don't have 17 of any of the colours. So if I was you, I'd kind of make my mind up and go and check out. Pretty smartish. But see how it fits into a living room even. It's, you know, it's not, you haven't taken over the whole room with the craft stuff.
You haven't. I mean, with the Marwood, if you're trying to gauge where it could go, this is essentially an A3 piece of paper footprint.
Ah, right.
So if you can fit that on the floor, that's where this is going to fit. And if it is in the dining room or the spare bedroom, because you've got a nice solid back, you could almost keep it twisted round when guests are in.
Yes.
They're not going to need to see what's inside. And it doesn't look...
It looks like a cupboard from
It does, yeah. I mean, in a children's room, could be next to the bed as bunk beds. It wouldn't be too hard for them to access it from there either.
Yeah.
Lots of space, lots of scope to use it all over the house, yeah.
So tell us the process of ordering again. What happens when I place my order?
So once you've placed your order here, then it takes about a week, 10 days for all the orders to come through to us. And then once we've got them all, Kevin puts them all onto the computer and we'll email you all, thanking you for your order, but there will also be links for if you want the assembly service. And it's just a click to the website and then you choose the unit that you've got. If you don't want that, then well, for both of them actually, it says, don't panic, you'll hear from us again. Once we get sorted out with delivery dates, you're looking at about 7 weeks, as I said, for the flat pack furniture, and then anywhere between 8 and 10, depending on location, for the assembly service, because we've just got one van that does the whole of the UK, so it kind of goes in a rotation.
And you do
around.
cover the whole of the UK?
We do, yes. So if you draw a line between Edinburgh and Scotland, that's as far north for the assembly service, but we can deliver it flat packed anywhere. We've got couriers we can use.
Right.
And that includes the Highlands and Islands. We can get them to Northern and Southern Ireland as well. But we can't assemble if we have to cross water, unfortunately. I can't get the van to float just yet. Oh. Working on it. And then you'll probably get a date about 3 weeks before we send it out. If it works, great, just say yes. Please acknowledge that it works. Otherwise, I don't like sending things out if I haven't had that acknowledgement. I don't know if you're on holiday or anything like that.
Yeah.
Equally, if it doesn't work, we can move it. It's not set in stone. Even right up until a couple of days beforehand, we can still move it. Because life happens.
Yeah.
You know, things get changed and things like that. So just give us as much notice as you can. Clear a bit of space, and then your crafty goodies will arrive.
Do you mind if I just have a word with my producer?
Yeah.
What's the postage on this, Ben? It's just a 4, 6, what? So it's £4.95 for delivery?
Mm-hmm.
And you use a courier?
Yep.
And if you bought anything else throughout the whole of the course of the day up until just before midnight tonight and you put them in the same basket, you're still only going to pay £4.95, even though things like your June Taylor Slash and Flash at £2.99, which is going to come from us, and these units that are going to come from you, but you're still only paying £4.95 for your postage. He says, yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It's not bad, is it? Not bad at all, yeah.
Oh, okay. It gets even better, doesn't it? Okay, you've seen everything that we have for you. You've seen all of those low price points that we have for you as well. So we're going to have a quick break, and then we shall take you back through everything and start all over again. So go and put the kettle on, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it. Or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Now, welcome back again. Now, if you have just joined us for this final hour of the morning, we're talking about storage for crafts and a stylish, solid storage for any room in your house. Yeah. So, Jo, just talk us through, this little wardrobe.
Yeah, so this is our sort of smallest workstation. So if you've been looking at the Knight's Haze, the really big one that we bring, occasionally, that's maybe too tall, maybe you're in the attic, or you've got a little she shed in the garden. This is its baby sister. So it's still got the storage, it's still got desk options, you can still close it up if you want to, yeah. But it's a craft room in a box.
If you haven't seen these before, it looks like a cupboard. So imagine, we're going to open the doors in just a second and you'll see some shelves and maybe a rail or something like that inside there.
Yeah.
Should we show them?
Let's go.
So yeah, you've got some shelves and you've got some boxes and you've got some space down there, and all of these are included as well, and the trays are included, and I think this as a storage station is amazing. But then it gets a bit bigger, doesn't it?
It does get a little bit bigger. So you can store the important bits inside. You've got space for sewing machines. You've got space for...
I love that sound.
It's solid, isn't it?
Yeah,
nice
I know you can't reach through your TV and touch this, but when you hear that, it's like, yes.
It's good. So then you get a nice little L shape.
Yeah.
So you've got ironing station, you've got a cutting station on here. You just pull your machine forward 'cause we've got a hole at the back there, so I actually have a 4-bar attached to the back, so everything is plugged in.
Yeah.
So it just means my machine comes forward, my threads are all there, my materials and everything I need are around me. I'm ready to go.
I think it's amazing. We likened it to a TARDIS earlier on. You were saying that you already call it the TARDIS. But if you're not very mobile, who was it who messaged in earlier on about the wheelchair usage? But the wheelchair fit underneath here. If you don't want to move around, so it was Tracy. I tend to use a stool on wheels.
Yep.
Not because I'm lazy, but because I just like to be able to move, and everything's all around me, so I'm not getting up and walking off and coming back. And it's, to me, that's another way of being organised. Everything's here,
Everything's to
all
hand.
around me. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the way that Kevin designed this one as well is when you're building it, if this configuration doesn't work, maybe you've got a radiator here in your room, so the table isn't going to work here, or maybe the door into your space is here. When you're building it, all these shelves and the desk, you just put in that side.
Oh, right.
And all those shelves, you then put in this side. So then it's completely flexible. So should you move house, you can move it again if you need to. You know, you can.
So there's no pre-drilled holes for the hinges then?
The hinges will stay as they are. It's just what's inside. The insides are all drilled.
So it's the frame.
It's a frame, yes. So all the shelves within, you would just put in the right placements over there.
Right.
The desk shelf here, you would just put in the right holes that side, and then it's all good to go. It's already
it's
drilled.
got the right holes, has it? If I want
It's got the right holes, yeah, and Kevin's drilled it either side, so there's space for the bolts at the top. So yeah, doesn't matter where your windows are, your radiators, your doors, you've got the flexibility to put the desks where you want them.
So I'm thinking, 8 of you have got this in baskets now. I'm not sure how many we've got left. The most we have of any of the 3 colour options is only 5. So you don't want to miss out. And that's the vanilla one, actually. So this is
cashmere.
The cashmere
is
the colour you're looking at. But we've got the cashmere, we've got the vanilla, which is a paler creamer colour, or we've got the wood effect, which is the Devon oak as well. I mean, you could make maybe a custom ironing mat to go on there, couldn't you?
You could quite easily, yeah.
And I've made before, you might have seen in my club on YouTube, where you put layers of cardboard, wadding around it, tin foil, fabric over the top, so you could actually make something that fits perfectly in there.
You could, yeah. And depending on how thick it was, you could make it so that it stayed on there.
Yeah.
And then it is always there when you want it. There's space here. You could take this shelf out, keep your iron in there so it's ready to go. And because you've got your sockets there, it's not going to be trailing wires everywhere. It will just come across here for you, and you're good to go.
I think I'd rather have my iron there than my cutting mat. Although you could fit an A4 at the side of my sewing machine. I'm organising my sewing areas, just being purely self-indulgent.
Yeah. So if you're only doing little bits of cutting, or maybe you're doing some EPP, then there's enough space. But as you say, for bigger pieces, piecing together. And you could perhaps piece together on here. If you put your machine in the back there, you've got maybe enough space, obviously depending on the size that you're doing. But yeah, there's lots of scope.
And I just think it's wonderful you don't need very much space, that's what this is all about. But if you do have that dedicated area that you can craft in, and you can keep there as well. Because we were saying earlier, a lot of us will use the dining table because it's probably the biggest, flattest area, but you're probably in your dining room, or maybe using one of the kitchen tables or the island in the kitchen. And it just means that you've almost got to plan what you're going to do, because you're going to take over the room for the day or the half a day.
This is it. You then got to think about when dinners are going to be and that sort of thing. If you've got guests coming over, I mean, next weekend's Easter, we're probably, a lot of us, going to be entertaining family and friends, so we're already thinking about how we're going to pack it all up so we don't lose pieces, so we don't lose that crucial piece of the pattern, which was always my trick when I had to put things away, or the dog would run off with something, you know, whereas now it's in a box and it's all nice and safe.
And it's like, this is your crafting area, it's your sewing area, it's almost like somewhere that you can go and escape to without thinking, right, clear this away, get the sewing machine, because that could be quite off-putting.
It can, they're
quite
quite
I just
heavy.
want to do a little bit of sewing, but it's going to take me an hour to get ready for it. I'd rather, this is almost like
it's there.
Your sewing room, it's your space, isn't it?
It is. It's your own sort of crafty cocoon almost.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
you've got your machine easily accessible, so all you need to do is pull it forward.
Yeah.
You've got what I've done with my embroidery machine, I don't use that much. So everything is in one of these boxes. I've got my smaller hoops in there. I've got all my feet and everything, and the very important instruction manual, because I don't use it that often. It's all in one box. So I pull out my embroidery machine, which I do actually keep underneath because there's enough space. I can lift that up on top. Everything's here, and away I go.
And everything's identifiable and organised. Have you got pots? Because it's you know the kitchen cupboard drawer that you put things in.
The man drawer we call it.
And it starts when you first moved into that house. You probably put, I don't know, your spare keys and you know, those wooden forks and spoons.
Yeah,
when you get
takeaway menus.
everything.
Yeah.
And then it gets fuller and fuller and fuller till you just can't find anything.
Yeah.
My sewing room's been a little bit like that, but it's bowls.
Oh, okay.
So I've got a bowl that I keep spare feet in from the sewing machine, and then there's another bowl that's got a few spare bobbins, the ones that I use most of all.
Okay.
But then the unpicker and the clips get put in with the bowl, and you just end up with this mess of stuff because there's nowhere else to put anything.
No. And then when you need it, you get frustrated because it wasn't where you thought you put it, and then you're spending so much time looking for it. By the time you have found it, if you're anything like me, I'm like, I really need 5 minutes now before I try and do it. And then sometimes the inspiration's gone, or the time has run out and I've got to go and pick the kids up or take them somewhere or cook dinner or something like that. You know, so that 20 minutes crafting time was reduced to nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's all in here and I can quickly take the hem up on something for someone. You know, it's so much easier to do.
I've got a husband, I hope he's not watching at the moment. He likes to tidy.
Yeah.
And occasionally I'll come back. I mean, I do have a dedicated sewing room, it's my job. But I'll come back and everything's just really neat, and the surfaces are clean, and the bowls are organised, and it tends to be open a drawer and
scoop.
Everything goes in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know where anything is.
No.
Partly my fault because I make the mess in the first place. I know where everything is when it's all over the place. But if everything's stored in boxes like this and it's there right in front of you, and there's no room to do this.
No, this is it. It almost makes you stay a little bit tidier because you've got a box for everything.
Yeah.
And like, I did buy some material earlier when you were on with.
Oh, you've gone for a bit of liberty?
No, I actually went for the different cottons because I'm forever needing just plain cotton. I thought that was really handy, so I've got that coming. And that will go in a box that's quite easily accessible because you never know when I just need a plain piece of cotton.
Yes.
But that'll be there, and I know it'll be in a box, and the cat won't then sleep on it. Because if I'm in my craft room, they do tend to be with me.
Yeah.
So the dogs are always underneath the table, but the cat will come and sit on the top. And if I've got anything out, then
because there's a little cat bed in there.
I do actually have one of those trays on the end.
Oh, not a
with
little tray.
No, not a little tray. One of those trays down there on the end of my desk that I've put an old piece of fleece in that I don't use anymore.
Oh.
And he does curl up in there now. So at least if I do need to move him, I can just pick up the box and put him away. Yeah.
These are A4 as well, aren't they?
They are.
A4. Well,
yeah, they're a nice
bigger than A4
size.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so ideal for your cards,
Yeah.
or your patterns and everything. And do you know, I like the way as well you can see inside them. So they're not clear, but you can actually see what's in there.
Yeah, I tend to put the stuff I use the most in the trays, and the things I want to keep clean and tidy go in the boxes. So things I don't use that often tend to go in here. But I have my seam rippers and my favourite scissors and things like that go in there.
I never use seam rippers.
No?
No.
Perfect.
Yeah, right. Oh, gosh. We've got 11 of you, please, that need to check out if you want to get hold of those, because some of them you're going to start missing out on the colour options that you want to go for. There will be a drop-down menu on the website, so that will give you the 3 colour choices. This one is, I've forgotten again.
Cashmere.
The cashmere, or you can go for the Devon Oak, or you can go for the vanilla option, all really, really busy. The most popular in this one is the Devon Oak. We have 2 left. So if you're waiting, potentially we've got 11 people waiting for it. But there's only 2 left. So again, go through and check that out. as soon as you can, if you want it. We do have your split payments. We've got reduced payments for you as well, or reduced price for you, and interest-free split payments of £378 a month. So talk us through again. I've decided the colour.
Yep.
I'm going to get myself organised. I'm going to have the most stylish sewing room. What happens after I place my order?
So it takes about a week and a half for all the orders to come through to us. And then Kevin puts them all onto our system. When that happens, an email is generated and sent to you. So hopefully you give us the right email address. On that will be a thank you from us for supporting us and purchasing our units. There will also be a space with a link if you want the assembly service. So if this one looks a bit daunting, it isn't. It's really easy to put together. But if you're on your own, or there's a little bit of disability, perhaps you can't manage to lift it, then we can come and do it for you. And the link is there to the website, and you just choose the piece of furniture that you've bought, and you can choose it that way.
When you do deliver, will you deliver it into the room that I want it to be in, even if it's upstairs?
Yeah, so when we come and assemble it for you, hopefully you've cleared a little bit of space. We'll put it in the room where you want it, and it doesn't matter if you do craft up in the loft or the shed's right at the bottom of the garden. That's where we're going to build it. There's no point in us coming in and building it in the lounge and then go, right, there you go. We will put it where you want it. We'll put the shelves in. We'll put the boxes in place if you want, or we'll leave them for you to fill and then put in place where you want them. It takes our guys about 2 hours to do one of these, as well as bring it in. Then all you've got to do is fill all the boxes and play. They bring all the rubbish back as well. So we're not going to fill your recycle bins or anything like that. We do actually use the packaging as many times as we can before we send it for recycling.
Okay.
Because we make the boxes ourselves as well, so they're all perfectly the right size for all our furniture, and we just keep using them until we can't anymore.
So if I'm going to assemble it myself,
yeah,
am I going to find like lots of packets of screws in all different sizes, and then Allen keys and little bits and pegs and glue that I've got to stick that in there before that?
No, there's no glue.
Right.
There's no Allen keys. It's just a Phillips screwdriver, and most of us have got one of those.
I use an electric screwdriver.
You can use an electric or a manual. It doesn't matter, whichever you're comfortable with. There are a few packets of bits and pieces, but they're all labelled on the instructions with a picture, so you know what's what. And then it's methodically. If you just do it methodically, I mean, when I'm building, I tend to start with the centerpieces, and I put the backs on the floor, to which I then attach the sides and the top and the bottom, and with the casters on. From that point, I would stand it up. So I might need someone to help me stand this piece up. But then I can continue building it on my own, because it's then just a case of putting in the shelf pegs and the shelves, and then putting the desk on. And then I do exactly the same with the doors. And then I might need someone to help me just make sure I get the screws lined up properly for the hinges.
Yeah.
So for a couple of pieces, you might need 2 of you, but while you're building it on the floor, just the one.
And remember, these are really solid pieces. You want it, I mean, it's an investment. You really want these to last. You want it to be solid. You want to have the confidence to know that if this is going away and coming out and coming away and coming out, it's not going to wear out.
No.
That you can take weight on this as well if you've got a heavy sewing machine, and the back isn't a piece of MDF that's just nailed into chipboard.
No, it's the same material all the way through. So it's 18mm thick melamine face chipboard, the same as your kitchens and bathrooms.
Yeah.
So you know how much weight they will take. You know what moisture you can put on them, the heat fluctuations in the room. It's going to have no difference to this. So if you are crafting in the conservatory, if you are in the garage, there's not going to be any problems at all.
And it's all British.
It is
British
all British.
based, British manufactured.
Yeah, we do
Make
it
your own
all
boxes.
we do it all our own in our own little warehouse. We even generate our own electricity now. We've got solar panels on the roof.
Really?
So now all the machinery is powered this time of year by the sun, which is amazing.
Going to get a lot of power with the weather today.
Yeah, it's been doing really well the last couple of weeks. So we try and craft with a conscience. We don't have single-use plastic. The bubble wrap we use is recycled plastic and things like that. Yeah, we're very conscious about what we're leaving for our children.
If you need any little bubble wrap bags,
yeah,
I've got loads.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
Just thought I'd let you know that. Yeah. Wanted to order 600 and ordered 6,000 by mistake. It'd take a lot to stick together, but you know, I've got 6,000.
Yeah. It might take maybe 2 boxes for that.
So again, your Ben Producer has just been on your website.
Okay.
Don't shop there. It's a lovely website, apparently. Lovely website. But don't shop there, shop here. Because look, it's more money if you go directly to the manufacturers than you're paying now. So again, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's very kind of you to offer the price. The prices that we have for you are only until midnight tonight. So Joe's been very kindly taking prices down for you, but only down to midnight tonight. We are limited stock in all 3 colours now, so over 90% of each one of the colours that we have for you has now sold out. So they're going to start disappearing very quickly. Have we got a lot in baskets still? 16 people in baskets.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for mine to come into my craft room. We launched this, I want to say the end of last summer, sort of Festival of Quilt time.
Right.
And I've had my order in for mine since then.
Really?
And it's still not arrived. I've cleared space and everything. All I need is the boxes.
How on earth do you manage at the Festival of Quilts building furniture?
It's a bit manic.
Do you take things in made, or do you build them while you're there?
It depends if I've had time to build it in the warehouse before we've loaded the van. There have been occasions where I've been on site building on setup day, but I do try and take it all assembled.
Good job, they're easy to assemble then, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It does make setup quite easy. It takes us about half an hour now to do the stand because it's just a case of wheel it all in, plug it in and put the posters up,
And that's something, again, to talk about because these are all on wheels.
They are all on wheels, so they are easy to move around. So if you're moving house, if you're anything like me, you want to rejig rooms around, it's quite easy to do that as well. Move them from room to room. Maybe you don't need it in your craft room anymore.
Yeah.
You can take a tower and put it upstairs quite easily. You know, kids could find them very useful in their rooms.
Yes. I think they're ideal for kids. I don't think they'd ever go away. But if you've got a room that's multi-purpose, so for instance, your dining room, and I know we've got these lovely shelving units where you can see everything that's there, but you've got visitors coming around, you don't want to see all of this, and you need the space in that dining room, or you need the space in that spare bedroom because you've got people to come and stay in it. Should we put it away and see what it looks like?
Yeah. So you can pack it up really quickly. It's just a couple of little buttons on the end. Walk it in, make sure it's bolted in. And the same on this one. There we go. And then pop the doors round. And then if it's in your spare room, they're not going to know what's in it. It could be your winter coats.
Yeah, it just looks like a wardrobe.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's the size of a small wardrobe, isn't it?
It is. It's just under 3 foot square when it's all closed up.
Yeah.
So as long as you've got space for that, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Open it up wider. I allow 5.5, 6 foot for this one because you've got the arcs on the doors, so you want to make sure you've got enough space to open and close those. And then with the drop-down table as well, you've got slightly longer.
Yeah.
But all the measurements are on the website in inches and centimetres, so you're good to go.
Okay. So again, it's so practical. It's such good quality. That actually really surprised me how really solid this is.
Yeah.
Because I think when you say, you know, it's flat packed,
you instantly think to sort of that
old wobbly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's absolutely solid. It's lovely, lovely quality. But I just love the idea that everything that you need is in here without having to, well, I'll keep the sewing machine under the stairs, but then all my bits and bobs are in the spare room. And, you know, look at the way that it looks. Imagine that was your sewing area or your crafting area or your office area. I mean, you can put a computer on there. It doesn't have to be just for sewing, does it?
Not at all, no.
No, fabulous. I think it's amazing. So if you didn't think that you'd ever have your dream sewing space, then Joe's just made this completely achievable for you. Right, we're going to take a quick break because we do have more to show you, so we're going to move our room around and see you in a couple of minutes.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket, or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
I'm just hearing that you've been ordering these in pairs. Oh, I'd love to see your sewing room. So purely being nosy.
Yeah, I love seeing the photos. It's
Yes.
just because I've put the boxes in this way, I like it when they get moved around and how is useful for someone else. It's really fun.
So you see these amazing sewing rooms on Pinterest and Instagram, places like that. And I just want, does it look like that all the time?
Yeah.
I'd love to see the sewing room as it's in use.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you've got storage like this is what it looks like all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Clear boxes. Again on this one, and we've got the A4, and is that A3 size in there?
12 by 12 in the middle.
12 by 12, that's it, but it's a bit bigger than 12 by 12.
Slightly bigger, yeah. So you've got good space for your blocks. And it's, if you're thinking depth, think of a jelly roll. That's how deep the box is. Yeah.
And then space here, can I fit my sewing machine in
You
there?
can fit a sewing machine in there. I think one of the pictures on the website is in my craft room, I've put my brother F130 in there. So if you're trying to gauge size.
Well, there you go, have a look.
There you go.
That's really good, doesn't it? And that's the Devon Oak.
It is,
that you've
yes.
got there.
Yeah.
So it fits in really well. That's not. I mean, yes, it's got a sewing machine in it, but it's not screaming. I'm sewing, I'm crafting. This is where all my mess is.
No, not at all. So if that was in the dining room, just pushed up against the side, it's not going to look that out of place.
No.
But it's full of all your crafty sewing goodies.
And as we mentioned earlier, the height on this, it's if you're cutting on a dining table at the moment, then I bet you're going to get a bit of a jippy back at some point. They're too low. This is a perfect height for cutting.
It's a really comfortable height, yeah. It perhaps could be a little bit wider for some of the bigger pieces, but if you're doing smaller pieces, put two back to back, that'd be perfect.
Maybe that's what we were doing, who ordered two.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe that's the plan.
But you've got about, it's about 42 centimetres deep, all of the towers, so you're going to get an A4 mat on there, so you're going to be able to do some little pieces, if nothing else, you know, because they're the ones I tend to lose, is when I'm doing my little pieces.
Yeah.
But if I've got space to do it and I can have a box on here as well that I can just put it in after I've cut it, then I'm not hopefully going to be too bad at that.
And again, it's on wheels. You can move it around. So if this is going to be in a room that like we were saying before, that is used for another purpose when you're not sewing, turn it around so it's got its back to you. It's not an should we do it?
Yeah.
It's not an unattractive back.
It's not. It's the same material all the way through, so it's not going to twist or warp or anything like that, like some flat pack furniture. It's nice and solid. So if you do want to put hooks in it, you can, or if you use it as a room divide, you could put notice board on here, so maybe you've got office one side, craft room the other.
That's a good idea.
You could have it as an inspiration board if you wanted to. You could paint blackboard paint on it perhaps, so that you've got a list of what you're doing, of measurements, that sort of thing. I'd prime it first, sand it and prime it, but then you can paint it quite easily.
But if you're just spinning it around because you don't want to look at all your craft stuff, it looks like sliding doors, doesn't it?
It does,
It's like a cupboard with sliding doors.
No one's going to know what's within it.
No,
Keep it all safe. Yeah.
So where do you craft? What room do you have? You've got a dedicated room?
I have now got a dedicated craft room. It's a nice big room. It used to be a commercial kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Well, up until about 18 months ago, we did have a tea rooms as well from our house. So that was what was my craft room, was our kitchen. And now it's nice and light and airy because it's got Velux windows because it was the kitchen, and I've got space for everything. But it's also our showroom. So if you are coming to Devon on holiday, you can come and have a look at these pieces in situ, actually get a feel of them, see the quality, look at the boxes, see all the different colours next to each other. And you can have a look.
Yeah, just don't shop there. Yeah. Not at the moment, anyway. Because Joe's given us some amazing prices. Every single piece of furniture that we have for you, the prices have been dropped. And this isn't just a shelving unit. All of these boxes are included as well.
They are. They're all there. So you're getting 8 of the shallower A4 boxes, and you're getting 6 of the deeper ones. If you're trying to gauge
nice
height,
quality as well.
they are really nice, and I've discovered over time they bounce quite well. So if you're trying to think depth, think threads. The pigment and thread fits in these, is the right height, and DVDs or back quarters fit in this one.
All right.
And then you've got 4 of the 12 by 12 in the middle, plus space to put lever arch files, box files, your books.
And you can move that around, can't you?
You can move that around.
The holes for the pegs at the side, so if you wanted to move the shelves up and
you can completely customise them how you want. In fact, if you find that you might want a couple more shelves, they are available on our website. So if you find that you don't want to keep your machine in there, maybe it's in a different unit, we can supply you with more shelves to put in there if you want to.
And we've got the 3 colours available for you as well. So this one is the vanilla, but we also have, I can't remember, I keep thinking champagne. Cashmere.
Yes.
And we've got the Devon Oak available for you. So when you go onto the website, you will see, that's the Devon Oak, you'll see a drop-down menu. And remember, you can also split the cost into 4. So it's £572, but that works out at £1.43 per month. And again, it will come to you flat packed. Do you offer the assembly service on even the smaller items?
Yeah, I think the smallest ones we do are the metre high for the assembly service. We can do it we do a tower that's the same footprint as the 130 that's 70 high. We can actually now send that one assembled. So you can buy the assembly service and we can just send that one already pre-made for you. That is the only one we can send assembled through the post. But they're not difficult to do. So there's only on the towers 12 screws to do up.
Oh, really?
So they're not that difficult. Maybe the hardest part is standing it up again. Then it
Because you build them on their backs?
I build them on their back with all of them. It's just a lot easier and safer to be able to hold them that way.
Yeah.
And then once they're standing up, then I put all the shelf pegs in and the shelves. 9 times out of 10, it takes me longer to put all the shelf pegs in than it does to actually build the carcass. Yeah.
So you've got all of your instructions, obviously, if you're going to do this yourself.
Yep.
And all of your screws, no gluing.
No gluing, nothing like that,
No
just a Phillips
little tacks
screwdriver.
that you lose to knock the MDF into the back of it.
Nothing like that, no. So you don't have to spend hours trying to work out where you're going to put all your tacks to make it spaced out nicely. And the screws are designed in a way that they only go so far in as well, so you can't overscrew them.
Oh, okay.
They only go in so far, and then they sort of lock together, and then from the inside you just turn a lock and it's in.
So they're quick and easy to build, but remember, you don't have to do that if you wanted to go for the assembly service, and you do that via your website.
Do it via us,
And you can do it anywhere in the UK.
Yes, and if it is an area that we don't get to, we have someone who can come and do it for you. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. So your aftercare, your after service and your support is excellent as well.
Yep.
So all British based, British manufactured.
All British, yeah, all designed and built in our warehouse in Devon. And then the boxes are from Coventry, would you believe?
Oh, right.
They're from there, and we try and keep everything as British as we can.
Yeah. And even the packaging that you're using, you're saying you recycle as much as you can as well?
Yeah, we reuse everything as many times as we can. Even when the guys go out and do the assembly, I will reuse the little plastic bags as well.
Oh, do you?
I mean, there's no point throwing it away if it still works.
Yeah, that's true.
And it only comes back to us and stuff, yeah.
So if you've got any questions, do come through and ask them. Again, if you've got your units already, I'd love to know where you're using them and what you're using them for. Or maybe you've come up with a different purpose than you intended them to be made for. Maybe you're keeping your tools and your gardening bits and bobs.
Quite easily. Kevin's got a couple of these in the shed that he does that for. He's got, he's got one column that has got electrical bits in, and he's got another box with all his plumbing stuff in. The bigger boxes take his power tools and that sort of thing, and it does make for a tidier shed.
And every single piece of furniture has had the sit test from an ex-Marine, was it?
Yeah, Steve, he's a big ex-Marine, and on the desks he will sit
on them.
Because we were trying to work out how we could gauge how much weight could go on a table, and unfortunately he drew the short straw.
So you found the biggest version you could and sat him on there?
Sat him on it, and
if
it's
it
fine.
works, if it works, absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Can I bring in my tall thin one? Mm-hmm. This is the Insta 130, so 130 centimetres
130 high, yeah. And then this is where we started, and it's the most compact tower that we've got. A4 footprint, so there's going to be space for that somewhere in your house, behind a door, next to your chair.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can put the A4 piece of paper on the floor, that's where this is going to fit.
So this is the first piece of furniture you designed. How did it come about?
I was a messy crafter, is the bottom line. Something was happening and we needed a dining table. So we bought some boxes, which is fine. That was easy to do, and I could organise everything. But then where did I put those? Because I could never stack them in a pile that was right. I always wanted the one at the bottom.
Yeah.
And Kevin was building kitchen furniture, wardrobes and that sort of thing. So he made me one of these. And we took it along to the next show that we did with our bedroom stuff, and it got really popular. So we made another couple of different sizes, and then it just grew. And I kept buying craft things. They had to grow a little bit more.
But size-wise, again, and as big as an A4 sheet of paper, but you can fit so much in here. So you've got all of the different sizes of the boxes.
You've got 10 boxes in here, so you've got 3 of the deeper ones, and then you've got 7 of the shallower ones. So you could organise your fabrics by colour, by brand.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, by occasion, you could have Christmas ones together, sort of Easter, springtime ones together. There's space to keep your notions. I mean, I would have a box full of scissors because that seems to be my weakness. And then you've just got everything to hand. You can just take what you need, and you're not rummaging through, trying to find everything, not getting frustrated. You've got it to hand. You can play.
I like the idea of storing sharp tools in things like this, so your rotary cutters and just scissors. Because apart from anything, I have before now had like plant pot size things and put scissors in them. You ruin the points on them.
You do, yeah.
But you know, you've got your pinking shears, you've got your snips, you've got your paper scissors, you've got your embroidery scissors, you've got your dressmaking shears, probably in a couple of different sizes.
Yeah.
And they are kept flat and they are lidded as well.
This is it. Little hands would find it difficult to get into these, and you've got different height towers, so you can put them accordingly as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I was forever losing scissors because I didn't really have anywhere to put them. So, as we said earlier, I would go and buy another pair of embroidery scissors, and you could guarantee by the time they arrived or I came back from the shop, I would see them as clear as day on my desk.
Yeah.
But half an hour earlier, I couldn't find them.
I get that. If I'm it's always the scissors. I'll be sitting there in one position with everything all around me, and the scissors go missing.
Yeah.
And they're right in front of me.
It's like you come scissor blind, don't you?
Yes.
You can see everything, but I even went for bright pink ones, and I've had different coloured ones, and I still lose them.
Yep. Exactly the same. But it keeps them nice and safe as well. I mean, I'm not going to say that these are child-proof.
No.
But they are...
Make it slightly harder for them to get into rather than a pot on your desk.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, where you can just reach out and touch something. It's an effort.
It is an effort for them, yeah.
Like and again, you can actually see inside there. Have we got a picture? Oh, Tanya sent us a picture of her craft room. Love to see a picture of your craft room.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow. Oh, see, that's a really well-used area, isn't it?
It is. And you've got 2 of the towers there by the look of it, 2 of the 130s. You've got a Woolacombe and a Braunton, and they all look really nice together.
So the cupboard, the wardrobe type one at the back?
Yeah.
Does that open out?
That does. The doors on that one open up, and that's just storage boxes inside. But you've got A3, 12 by 12, and A4 boxes in that one. And then she's gone for our little Woolacoon, which is our lockable workstation with all the boxes in the middle there. It looks amazing. Nice and full, and see where everything is, can't you?
I'm just trying to figure out what's in the drawers now, or in, in the boxes. Absolutely jam-packed full.
Yeah, it looks good. Thank you.
I think I would. I think I could easily fill.
It is very
the
easy
whole
to
of it.
fill.
Yes.
At the moment, I'm moving stuff from our old Night Haze, old design of Night Haze, into the new one. I've been doing it for about a week, and it's taken me so long because I keep finding things that I'd forgotten about from other places around the house as well that I want to put in it. But I've got empty boxes, so I think that means I can go shopping.
I did go through some of my boxes the other day, and I don't know, it's like that drawer we were talking about in the kitchen. I pull something out, like a whole string of poppers on a ribbon, and I think, I'm never going to use that, and then put it back again and just put
and
it
then shut the
somewhere.
drawer. Yeah, I do that. I might never use it, or buttons for something in a colour that I will never use, but they stay in the box just in case. You never know, my daughter might need them for something, but you know, probably won't. But
this isn't for clutter.
No.
You can keep that in the fancy boxes high up on the shelf that you can't really reach and never want to go in anyway.
Yeah.
This is the one that you're going to use. This is the one that's going to keep all of your current things in.
This is it. Yeah, you've got space for those projects that are nearly finished but not quite.
Yes.
They can all go in there quite easily. You've got space to keep patterns. You've got space to pre-cut all your fabrics ready to go. You know, maybe you're going off on a caravanning holiday in a few weeks' time. You can cut everything, put everything in the box. You've got space for your scissors, your threads, your needles, your pattern, and then take your box with you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fabulous idea. And again, doesn't take up very much space. And it's on wheels, which will lock, so...
Yeah, and it spins nicely. You can have it against the wall and just move it up to your desk when you need to.
Yeah.
If it's in the spare room, you could spin it round and you could have a nice plant on top there, or the telly for the bedroom, perhaps. No one's going to know what's in there.
No, I mean, even if you just turn it to the side,
yeah,
when you've got visitors, that's all they're going to be looking at.
It is, yeah.
A bit of spider plant on the top so it dangles down.
Yeah, pretty.
Now, this one's the Devon Oak. Devon Oak has been really popular. For this one, it's just gone limited stock, so now over 90% of the stock is sold out, and we actually have more in baskets than we have of units. So just to give you a bit of warning, we've got 15 of you with these in baskets. And the most we've got of any of the colours now is just 8 left. That's all we've got left. So you've got this price until midnight tonight, but they're not going to be here at midnight. Not going to mess. And your P&P, I was quite surprised actually at the P&P. I think somebody's missed a trick there. These will be delivered to you by courier. You're paying £4.95.
Yep.
Even if you bought 2. Even if you bought 2 units, if you bought 10 units.
Still the same, yeah.
And anything else, you bought a sewing machine as well. You bought a packet of pins, everything, all goes under that one postage of £4.95.
Yeah, which is amazing.
That's kind of unheard of. I've worked in shopping telly for about 25 years. And normally furniture comes with an extra price for delivery. And a lot of the time when I've done it before, not necessarily craft furniture, we bring up a map of the areas that you do cover and all of the areas that just aren't covered at all.
Yeah.
But you cover everywhere.
We cover everywhere.
No extra charge for postage.
No, not at all. There is, if you're in the Channel Islands, there's a little bit more because it has to go on a pallet.
Okay.
But that's something we talk about at the time, and that sort of thing. But we never pass on the full cost of the shipping. It's always just like a little donation, if you like.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I think that's really commendable from you as a company as well. You're buying through Sewing Street, but you're dealing with you.
Yep.
So the emails are going to come from you, your delivery dates are going to come from you, the support is going to come from you.
This is it.
So it makes it personal.
It does, and it does get a little bit confusing because on the one when you've placed your order from Sewing Street, you'll get an email and it says like 8 to 11 working days, I think it is. Trying to think what it says on mine when I get them.
Yeah.
But that is just the standard email from Sewing Street. I've got no control over that. I'd love to be able to ship these out to you in 8 to 11 days.
But you've got to build them.
We have got to make them. Yeah, they are all made to order. Our warehouse isn't big enough for me to say to the boys, right, I'm going on Sewing Street next week. Can you make me this, and this, and all the 3 colours, this amount in all of them? because I don't know which colour is going to be more popular.
Yeah.
I don't know which tower is going to be more popular. So this way, it's made to order. It's not sitting around. It might not get knocked by the forklift or anything like that. It's going to be made. Rob and Alfie are going to make it. They're going to drill it. Alfie will pack it all. Sharon will count all the screws, and then it comes out the door to you.
So how many people work for you?
Including Kevin and myself, there's 4 others.
Oh, really? So you're not a huge factory?
Not a big team, no. And at the moment, with it being school holidays, those with children have got time off.
Yeah.
And we have taken advantage of the good weather to have a few sneaky afternoons off.
Really?
Yeah. I've gone home and played in my craft room. But yeah, there is just the 6 of us, which is nice.
Yeah. So it's nice to know. It's nice to know who you're buying from, particularly when you're buying something like this. So it actually means that every single piece of furniture is bespoke for whoever buys that.
It is, yeah. So it is just comes off, and all the labels are printed, and it's got the name on it usually.
Oh, really?
And the colour and everything else that goes on the outer label. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, talking about colour, we do have 3 for you. So this is the Devon Oak, we've got the vanilla, and the cashmere, not the champagne.
Yeah.
Cashmere.
That's it, yeah.
For you to choose from. And it's the same for all of the pieces of furniture. Is that the same for all of your furniture?
Now, on the website, there are a few more different colours. So if you've seen us at the NEC and things as well, there are a couple of other colours, but they all do complement each other really nicely. So if you've bought a piece of vanilla, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, it's going to be the same. And although this is a new one that only came out sort of the end of last summer, early autumn, it does complement all the other colours really nicely, so you can mix and match.
I do think these go together.
They do,
really
don't
well,
they?
The 2 colours.
Yeah, and what I've discovered, I noticed it more at the NEC a few weeks ago, is this actually changes colour.
Oh, really?
Depending on the light. I noticed on the stand, when it was underneath the bright lights at the front of the stand, it was a little bit lighter, but then as it was towards the back, it was a much darker cashmere colour. But it just varied so much.
Yeah,
they're
they're lovely colours, they're really classy. We have a question for you, and this is Lynn in Cheshire. She says they're showing with grey trays, not plastic boxes, on the website.
Yeah.
Will it have? Is that for this one?
Yeah.
Will it have storage boxes?
It will be the boxes,
right.
The trays, yes. Yeah.
So no. Oh, that's what you're seeing on the website. Yeah. There's no trays. It's all boxes. Okay, you get the boxes like that. Yeah. So just to clear that up. And 10 of them, which I think is fabulous.
Yes, 10. So you can really organise and sort
Fabric
out.
tower.
Yeah.
Might need more than one of these.
Yeah.
Now I've got another couple of units that we'd like to talk about.
Yeah.
So they're ever so easy to move around, actually.
They are, aren't they? Yeah. Just breaks on that one.
So there we go. So this is the Marwood 100, this one. Been really popular for this one today. The Devon Oak, we've only got 3 left of that one. They're the same height, the same width and everything, so if you do have space for both of them, they go very nicely together.
They do.
But if you don't, then this is the one that we're talking about. So do you want to talk us through it again?
So this is our sort of twin storage tower. It is essentially just all A4 boxes. You've got 8 of the shallower ones and 6 of the deeper ones, so you can really organise everything out by colour, by brand if you wanted to. You could have your threads down one side, you can have fabrics in the other, but it's a nice small footprint. You're looking at just over an A3 piece of paper. So if that fits on the floor, that's where this is going to go. But you've got space all the way around it, so you can put hooks on it to put your quilting rulers if you wanted to. And again, it's still the metre high, so you can have a little ironing station on here if you wanted to. You can use the tops of these as well as the insides.
It's a good height, this is. I was saying before, if you're cutting or ironing or doing anything, actually, you're standing up at your dining table, it's too low, don't do it, it's going to hurt your back. This is a nice height for most of us because you can stand up without...
Yeah, you're not putting too much pressure when you're bending your back, which then makes crafting not very pleasant.
We don't want that.
No, you don't want that, you won't do it. But you've got plenty of space in this, and you can move the shelves around if you want to. You don't have to keep them like this. You can take out the shelves, you could have books in there, you could have your patterns in there, lever arch files if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You could take the boxes out completely and just put rolls of wadding on there and fleece if you wanted to. The shelves all lock into place, so they're not going to go anywhere once you've put them in.
That's a good thought, actually. I like the idea of having the boxes on shelves because they're not stacked. But if you wanted to, you could stack some of them and then use the shelves, like you said, for books or something.
Quite easily. And one of the great design features about the boxes is you've got this little ridge in the lid, so that when you do pop another box on top, they don't slide. They sort of lock in place. So if you're going to a retreat or you're going to a class, you can put these in the boot of your car and they're not going to slide all over the place.
Yeah.
They're going to stay nice and together.
They're really nice quality boxes. They're really sturdy.
They are. They're really comfortable to hold and to open and close as well. And they're not so poured so thick that you can't really see through them. They're nice and transparent. And at just over an A4 piece of paper, you're going to fit most patterns in there as well, which is great.
Yeah. And you can see in them. Love that idea.
Yeah.
So if you're storing things at the moment in boxes, in a cupboard, in baskets, in drawers, I mean, just storing things in drawers, you can't see what's in there. So, I mean, I've got fabric in drawers and I can see the top ones, and then by the time I've rummaged through to the bottom, because I've forgotten what's down there, everything's all a mess. I can't bother to fold it back up again, so it just gets pushed in, shut the drawer.
Yeah, I've got all those nice biscuit tins or the cosmetic tins at Christmas.
Yes.
You know, decorated ones. I don't know why I keep them. I don't need them, but they look pretty.
Yeah.
But I end up putting stuff in them, and then it's like, well, what's in it?
Yeah.
Whereas if it's in here, I know what's in it.
Put those up on your shelves as ornaments.
Yeah.
But keep yourself organised in one of these. And again, we've got those 3 colour options for you.
You have, yes.
So if you do have other units or pieces of furniture in the same colour, you can match them perfectly. If you want to go for this one, which is the, what do we call in this one?
This is the Molton.
The Molton. Okay.
Yeah.
All named after villages in Devon.
They are, yes. The Molton is actually where we are. We're in South Molton.
Oh, okay.
Marwood is a small little village, not too far. We've got beaches, we've got National Trust places. They're just places we really like going.
Yeah.
And we were trying to think of names rather than just calling them towers and things like that. So it looks cuter.
I think that's a lovely idea. Yeah. So this one, you've got the 12 by 12.
Yeah,
which
all 12 by 12.
A little bit bigger. Because then you put a piece of card in there, which is 12 by 12. And
Yeah, so you can see the space you've got around it. It's more 12 by 13, really.
Yeah.
So as a quilter, I find it invaluable for my blocks when I'm making those. And
tower block.
Yeah.
Tower for your blocks.
Exactly. And depth-wise, you're looking at jelly roll, the size of a jelly roll for the depth of the box, if you're trying to gauge what you can put in it.
Yeah. Oh, to have fabric that you can identify, that isn't screwed up.
Yeah.
Pushed to the back of somewhere. You know, when you take out a piece of fabric and it looks like a rag and you've got to iron it and press it and steam it to get the creases up before you can start using it. What a joy to have all of those pieces of fabric nice and flat and folded and identifiable.
This is it. You can almost get projects done ahead of time. You can get all the cutting out done.
Yeah.
And then you've got space to put it. So you're not trying to do it all at once, and then you can do it when you've got time.
Yes.
If it's a hand sewing piece of project, it's all cut, it's all in the box, away you go. Or I'm trying to make a quilt out of my concert t-shirts.
Oh, really?
So I will eventually sew them all together, but I now buy my t-shirt, I sort of stabilise it, cut it out, and then they're all in these boxes. Eventually I'll sew them together. And
how many concerts have you been to?
They're all from one artist, so they're all in there.
Oh, right.
And tours I didn't make to because they've been going 40 years. I've got off various websites.
I want to know who it is now.
Bon Jovi.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
So I've got about 3 of those full of cut up Bon Jovi t-shirts ready to make into a quilt that's probably going to be a rug by the time I've finished. It'll be that big.
Oh, you're going to have to bring it in when you've finished it.
Yeah.
You're going to have to show us that. Well, what a nice idea. So yes, your ongoing projects.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you keeping them at the moment? I don't tend to have ongoing projects. I have to finish everything.
I'm trying to. It doesn't work.
No, I can't start something if I know I'm not going to finish it all in one go. So I don't make very many quilts because I've just got to finish them. And again, all on wheels, really solid, front, back, sides, everything. Weight bearing if you need it to, easy to move. And you've got all of that storage for you. Right, we're going to whiz these out of the way and go back to the TARDIS. Right. We've only got 10 minutes left to secure the Lidford, if you want to go for this one. So if you just joined us again, it looks like a cupboard. It just looks like a cupboard.
Yep, but it's
a
a
little
craft
bit
room
more.
in a box. Everything is to hand. You're not worrying where you've left your scissors, your pattern, your
Sewing
machine's ready
machine.
to go. Yeah. You're not lifting it up and then trying to find the feet, the instructions. It's all here.
Yes.
All you've got to do is
everything's all
sit.
together. So your sewing machine that might be under the stairs, and I don't know, your iron that you're going to put away into a cupboard, all those bits and bobs that you have to gather before you want to start crafting. Everything's already in
It's here. Yeah. So that 20 minutes you've got in between that decompressing time from coming home from work before you start thinking about the evening and what you've got to get done, you can sit and do something relaxing before the crazy starts again. Yeah.
Without, like I said, a gathering and organising everything and you're clearing the table, you know, the kitchen area, because you want to use that as a craft room, and then the kids come in and they want to do the homework on the same table and you can't do a crafting group.
Exactly, yeah.
Look at this. Look what happens when you open this room.
It's all to hand. You've got spaces for your threads. I mean, if you don't want to put your threads on that board here, what you do is you just don't put the dowels in and turn it over, and then you've just got another shelf if you want it.
Yeah.
Or take it out completely and put your books in there, or some patterns. Or if you've got a smaller overlocker, that would fit in there quite nicely.
Okay, so I can keep my embroidery machine down there.
You can, yeah.
And all of my bits and my fabrics and my tools and everything's all really handy. Where am I going to put my sewing machine there?
Well, that one, we've got a nice little hole for it. Just in here. You'll get most sewing machines fit in there. Obviously not the bigger embroidery ones because they're just slightly too long. If you do find you need more height, you can just take this shelf out.
Right, yes.
It's removable. You've got a hole at the back there where I pull through a 4-bar, which I've attached to the back. Then everything can stay plugged in. And then I can put my iron in if I need to, my embroidery machine, my overlocker, it's all ready to go. Put it forward, play.
And on that side...
And then on this side, you can, oops.
Or it's a bit of an angle.
There we are, there we go. You've got an L shape. So if you want to have a cutting mat, ironing station, or perhaps someone else join you, you could then have 2 people crafting at the same time.
Yes.
Perhaps you're passing on skills to your children, your grandchildren. There's space for them to sit here and join in.
That's such a good idea. That's lovely. So what's the actual footprint when it's open? Because obviously this is the size, the area that you need to put it in.
To be on the safe side, I would allow 6 foot, so about 1.8, 1.9 long, because you've got the arcs on the door. You've got to allow extra space for that and being able to move around. The tables haven't got to be this way round. You could put this table on that side, but it doesn't affect the sizing once it's in place.
So you were saying before, if where you're standing was my window, my radiator, my door into my room, then that end just goes on this end instead.
You just take these shelves, you leave the carcass as it is, you just take these shelves out and put them in that side and reverse it. Yeah.
And the room that you've got for storage, because obviously the machine can go back there. The table doesn't fold into the unit, so you've got plenty of room for storage in there, and on the shelves here as well. So I'm thinking ironing station. I think I'd find that most useful for me as an ironing station, because you sew your press, and it's right next to you.
Yeah.
But you've got room to store your iron in there as well.
You have, and then it is all to hand. You've got space. You don't have to keep these here. You can take these out if you want to. You can put overlockers in here. You can have your patterns. You could put stand some bolts up in there if you wanted to, some of the material you use the most, maybe your backing material. They would stand in there quite nicely, and then they're kept nice and clean and dust-free. But you've got space for, buttons. You've got space for seam rippers, your embroidery scissors. Everything is to hand. You're not looking, you're just playing.
And all of the trays and all of the boxes are all included. You're getting everything that you see there. I mean, trays and boxes aren't cheap, are they? Not when you're looking at the kind of quality that you're looking at here.
This is it. And some of the sizes we've got in this you can't pick up in retail stores.
Okay.
I mean, some of these I've not found in other places, but because we've got the whole range available to us from the wholesaler, once we've decided on a piece of furniture, if I haven't got the right size box that we already have, we can have a look to see what would fit.
Yeah.
And then it appears.
And I was just thinking as well, the height of this. For me, I could store things on here.
You could
as well.
quite
I mean,
easily.
Even bolts of fabric would work really well.
Yeah, you could put your bigger cutting mats, like your A1 mat
That's a
would
good
fit on there
idea.
quite nicely.
Yeah.
It would stay nice and flat. You could have a couple of tubs on there with your yarn in if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Printer wouldn't be that easy to get to.
Yeah.
So if you printed off your patterns and stuff.
Yeah, so think about this as your storage space as well. It's not going to go up to the roof. So yeah, you've got a good lot of room up there as well.
You have, yeah.
And I can't stress enough, I'm so impressed with how solid the quality of these is amazing. Because we were saying earlier, if you think flat pack, you might think, oh, a bit wobbly.
You might, yeah. And when we decided we were going to actually make this, you know, we said we didn't want it to be just one of those pieces of furniture. We've all bought pieces like that and been really disappointed. Crafting isn't a hobby that you have for a few months.
Yeah.
Once you start, you're in, and then you start sort of branching out and trying other things. So,
yeah, just to warn you if you knew.
Yeah. So your furniture has got to last as long as you, really, while you want to use it. And it's got to withstand being moved from room to room, house moves, children, animals, that sort of thing. So we've chosen material that gets used in kitchens and bathrooms, which gets a lot of wear and tear, gets a lot of heat, gets a lot of moisture. So these are going to be absolutely fine.
So you've put so much thought into it. And you know, you're a small size business.
Yeah.
Which I think what you've achieved is absolutely incredible. But you're small, you're independent. A small being really, really positive because it makes it more personal.
Yeah.
They're all handmade. They're made to order just for you. When you place your order, this is going to be built for you. You're not going to get this one. You'll have one that's built for you, all in the UK. And I just think I think that stands for an awful lot.
Yeah, because there's
and
nothing.
like you said, you want this to last you a lifetime.
This is it. Your sewing machine is going to last you a long time. And we spend a lot of money on our sewing machines, on our die cutting machines, material. The last thing you want when you go to use it is find that it doesn't work, that it's got dust inside it and it's all mucky. The dog's been at it, or the kids have been at it and taken your fabric scissors. Everything is away. It's where you put it. It's clean, it's tidy, and you haven't lost anything, hopefully.
And it's, I would imagine, a pleasure to sit here and have everything around you.
Yeah.
You know, you know, maybe swivel around, but it just makes the whole experience of your crafting improved.
It does, and I think it's important that we have those 20 minutes for ourselves every day.
Yeah.
And if crafting, sewing, painting, you know, paper craft is what makes you calm and brings you back into yourself, then to have a dedicated space is invaluable.
If you don't have very much time, as you said, maybe it is just 20 minutes a day. It could take you 20 minutes to get your sewing machine out and put it all together and get the extension lead and plug it in and then get in your fabric and your things that you can't find, and then you've run out of time, so it's all got to go back again.
It's all got to go away.
Anyway.
Yeah. Whereas now you just pull it forward and find your chair. Yeah.
You know, I've had a lovely couple of hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie.
Yeah, it's been really nice working with you. Now remember, these prices are going to go back up again at midnight tonight, so a reduced price on every single item that we've had for you in the show, and we've got split payments for you as well. So you've got time to have a think. We've got an awful lot of you that are still hanging on to things in your basket, so just a bit of a warning again, there's probably more of you trying to order than we actually have stock of. That's just being honest. But let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow here on Sewing Street. It's Pet Day, isn't it? We've got